Over time, most things fade away. Isn't that right? All of the memories dissolve before the sunshine, the breeze song go by. No matter how big it is, its time will come. It will be reborn as something new. The full moon, bright balloons. Only my feelings will ever grow. And I'll keep swallowed, so that's me. Non-stop love song. I will follow you wherever you go. I can't wait to catch up before the sun sleeps. Not if you're short of breath. I'm the disaster of fashion. All you need.
What's up, guys? Been a while. How is everyone doing? Finally live. It's deadline day. You know exactly what that means. 4 more hours of streaming. Here we are. CKL Season 5 Mario Kart 8 Deluxe Spicy Seeding Stream. How's everyone doing? I don't think I've been live since the Season 4 seeding stream, which was all the way back in February, so hope everyone's doing well. Bit rusty with this. Give me some flack. Well, just here to have a good time. Let's talk some CKL. So, apparently this is hyped up. I didn't realize how much you guys loved this until I saw that message from Pizza King. It's like, oh, seedings aren't real until Spicy does something. And I'm like, you know what? We'll do it. Why not? Do it for the people. That's how I always want to approach this. So, happy everyone here in chat. Missed you guys. Even people like Ray and Ted Bear, who I just saw not even a week ago. I hope you guys are all doing well. So, here we are. Eventually, the goal is, well, there's like a few goals. One, I have a strong feeling we're going to be the #1 Mario Kart 8 Deluxe channel on Twitch, and that'd be kind of hype. It's not exactly much at this point, but hey, we'll take it. We'll take it. So let's go on that. Let's share it up. Let's get as much of CKL in here as possible. For those who are new, first of all, hi, I'm Spicy. I'm one of the founders here of CKL, as well as one of the administrators. I kind of been in and out, especially over the last few months since like the end of the spring season. Shout out to the rest of CKL staff for really putting in a ton of work since I've been gone. Like, I took like a step back, I think back in like July, because it's like, here I am having to go TO Riptide. I had a lot of other stuff going. If you've been watching my streams, you would know that this is a slightly different setup than where I'm at. So shout out to everyone here. I'm now in West Philadelphia. Not born, not raised here, but here I am. I go to school now at Rutgers Camden. Even though shout out to Moravian, always like where I did my undergrad, where I started off with College Mario Kart. So yeah, I think that's enough for me. You'll hear the story pretty much throughout the entire time. Shout out everyone already here. One of my favorite things is we always get a lot of chat interaction here. It's a Friday night. I hope you guys have something better to do than watch this, but it's a nice little thing here. This is my way of giving back to the community. So you guys, love you guys so much. Missed you. It wouldn't be CKL without you guys here in this chat, so let's have some fun. First of all, I do have Discord DMs going off at the same time, so if you do open a CKL ticket, I will get the notification. I just can't open it. And let's see, I'm making sure. Oh my gosh, well, I'm getting. Oh my god, Moravian's kind of back. Ooh, okay, maybe in the spring. That's hype. Shout out to the Moravian people over there. They're no team this semester yet, but hey, you never know. You never know. So let's give the tour. You guys know how this goes. We have the spreadsheet. This time it's actually all on the staff spreadsheet now, so we're just gonna be able to have everything on here. Up in the top right, you'll see the to be seated. I always go in order of signups just to make things easier. And it gives everyone like a nice way. I have a hard time of figuring out my seatings on the fly, so it'll be a bit. And then right underneath the seatings, there's the playlist. People seem to be curious about what I listen to on stream. I have 5 hours of music planned. Shout out to people who gave me some recommendations. Rippy, if you're here in chat already, I did see the recommendations. I just didn't get a chance to add it to my playlist. So if the time comes, I will be adding that midway through. Anyways, we have the seatings gonna be here. Another tab for the MKCs. Here's general chats. They were gonna have scrim results on here, guys. Don't worry. And then we have lounge hold up for, remember, 8th Deluxe Lounge. And that's just the gist of it here. So let's get going. Well, I do want to preface. It has been a while. I'm very unprepared for this seating stream compared to like all the other ones I've done. So I'm gonna ask chat to help me out with a few of these teams just to get everything going. I'm not up to date completely on the results, so that's completely on me, but we're gonna do our best here just to make everything easy, make everything else have a good time. If you are a representative from the team I'm covering, feel free to give me as much information here as possible. And as everyone knows, we tend to see a lot of drama in the last couple of hours here. I remember when Iona signed up in season 1 within the last 2 hours. They just got the entire team verified and all that was awesome. We had Baruch come in at the last hour pretty much last time we did a seeding stream in season 4. So you never know. We're likely gonna see some fireworks going. I might hear some gunshots outside because that's just Philadelphia, but let's get started. And who are we starting off with? The reigning champion, one of the most prolific teams here in CKL history, from great state of Florida, FIU, Florida International University. This is going to be a recurring theme for a lot of the teams here. We had a lot of people graduate. A lot of people opted to not return this semester. So in a sense, the teams have gotten weaker. At least I like to say that the teams at the top are kind of weaker now than they used to be, but I feel like a lot of the lower teams are a lot better now than they used to be. So I feel like the gap between D1 and whatever this bottom div is going to be, it's smaller. So there's going to be some really interesting things here. You look at FIU here, Cypher9, Ted Bear, got Diego still, Mr. He's So Cool Nick, got Object, Roy, Sansray, Silverheart, Bitmaster. It's a mix of FIU Gold as well as FIU Panthers, the team that won it all in D1 last season. And where are we going to put them? this is team, obviously you lost some heavy hitters here, no Green, no Milkshake, just to name a couple. But because we're going in seeding order, FIU is once again the #1 team in the country, and to be honest here, FIU is still like probably the best team here, at least for a while. FIU is one of the best teams, just like in general, with such a strong program, like top to bottom. And there's a lot of culture already implemented here, a lot of consistency. So FIU is still going to be a threat to look out for. Diego 6, yeah, is also just way too good. And as Slick mentioned, a lot of the top teams are playing World. A lot of teams in the lower levels are actually hard stuck on 8DX for multiple reasons here, but we'll get to that later. But you are going to see some like players like Diego, who's still very much in the 8DX train. There's another team I'm going to get to who is pretty much sold on 8DX still as well. So we'll get to that when we get there. But hey, FIU, as always, and second time in a row I think we started off with them, D1 for now. Let's move on to NC State, a team that had some pretty good seasons in the last couple of semesters we've had. You still have some great players here as well. It's me, Jay, Prism, Rio. That's kind of been the core we've really seen from NC State, and still solid program overall. They kind of hover around that D3, D4 range. Last season, D4, if I remember, if I did my last season thing correctly. So still a phenomenal program. I think there's a lot of upside here. I'm just gonna see. I'm trying to remember who, because I don't remember all the players here, so that's on me. But if there's like big pickups, it'll be interesting. So also, if there's players with name changes, I'm so sorry. I likely don't know them, so my bad, guys. My bad. It's been a bit. Give me some slack. So yeah, we got Drew, JB Redux. I haven't checked Lounge yet either, so guys, you're probably gonna want to tell me some stuff. Profile under construction. That's awesome. Also, guys, if at any point if like the music is too loud or my audio cuts off, just let me know. I'm checking chat all the time, so we'll keep this going. Worst comes to worst, I do have this recorded in case something goes haywire, but let's not get to that point. Hey, I know that's cool. Shout out Prism here in the chat already. Who did I miss? Oh my god, Prism. I miss Prism. That's so upsetting. Yeah, shout out the Volt Switch representation here. Pastel Knights, Damn Clan. MK Scholars representation as well. Yeah, basically in general, like, all of those like teams still being represented. Love to see you guys here. NC State's pretty solid overall. When we get to like official like finalized seedings, I'm likely gonna have NC State, I think, gonna be hovering around that D3 range. I think that's a general staff consensus, and if people want to know, like, first of all, we will always say everyone who streams their seedings, our seedings are never official. But I think this season there's a lot more group consensus than ever. So I think what you see on the streams are actually going to be very close to what we have when the seedings become finalized. Hello, NC State. Did I probably... Okay, it's NCSU, so my bad. I have NC State on there also. What am I doing? I'm so washed. If I check my phone, guys, it's also because I have to make sure the DMs I'm getting is not crazy important. So, okay. Let's move on to Roadrunner Racers, University Texas San Antonio. This has been one of the most fun teams, I think, to really look at in the last, like, year. They've developed so much in, like, such a fast way. And look at the amount of players we got now. RRG is such a great school to really watch for, and everyone, and if you don't know the story, it's actually, there were, I think, a couple players when we had the first season, first 6v6 season, we had, like, the UTSA was represented in Texas Unified. Yeah, Texas Unified, which is a super team of all the main Texas schools. And we had like players like Adam Jett, who Waluigi Wiggler main. That might sound cringe to some people, but this is Waluigi Wiggler after the patch as well. So, some great players still here. Yeah, Unlucky Pro is one of those names I was really looking out for. I'm gonna double check, because there's a lot of players here. Like, how many do they have now? 19? Where was this? Where was this? As Rippy says, spare the players for other schools. Like, what? One of the other fun things you guys will see is we are keeping track of which teams have their 8 players registered. I know there's a lot of tickets opened as well. So a lot more teams are going to have 8 and not officially 8 on the website, but we'll get to that when we get there. Let's just say Roadrunner Racers is so fun, and I love how a lot of them are now also playing on like Regional Rumble as well. It's awesome. The San Antonio player spawn rate is crazy. Yo, shout out Lightning here in the chat now. I have to go over your profile now. Shout out to everyone who played in Summer Switch Up 2 as well. Great tournament. I was only able to watch a couple times or just follow it, but awesome stuff there. Trying to see. Guys, also, I don't know how, but like, this season is crazy big. There is an ambulance outside. Who got shot this time? Oh, what's up, Joy? How you doing? Also, yeah, there's one of my favorite things really is that you're seeing a lot of players who are just like brand new. That's like awesome. Just Philadelphia things, that's so real. We're gonna get to a point where I'm gonna be here on like on a football Sunday, and it's like, yep, that's right. So yeah, good. Thank you, Lemons. Fox, good luck with the seedings. I think the only thing that might stop me is if there is like organized crime or just any type of crime on the outside. That's just what Philadelphia is, but hey, we'll get to that. Shut up. I am cool. I will say, RRG has had some of the best tags, like straight up. I am cool, Kringleberry. That's the reference to, what's it? Key and Peele, I think. I'm trying to see, because there's so many freaking good players here, and like they're all solid. One of the things about RRG is that it's just CKL using a tier list one. We'll get to that in the future. But RRG, they apparently now this pipeline is crazy. Where has this recruiting been for like so many other schools? There's so many like new names. I'm surprised they don't have a second team yet, but they're going to be fun to watch for. There's a lot of great stuff here. Also, if there's like specific tables you guys want me to look at, please let me know. I glanced at a lot of tables, but I haven't seen them yet. I'm gonna put RG in the same like tier as NCSU when we get to that point. But this is a team with a lot of upside. Give this team another year, or I don't know how many players are going over to World when that happens. This is gonna be a great team to watch in the future. Big. Start buying your stocks. If you're looking into fantasy, RG, study up on the players here. Ask Unlucky for their CKL nameless part 2. It's so real. Shout out Zach. Let's go over to SFU, St. Francis University from Western Pennsylvania. The Red Flash have 7 players. I don't remember if they have a ticket open to have an 8th, but I do remember them last season. We are 2 squads away from breaking the all-time side record. Just so you know, guys, this is why we're here, why we do this on deadline day, because we want to be here for when that record breaks. So the Red Flash, I was their DA last season. They were a solid team. They were in that contentions for like they weren't like contending, but they were in that like fight for like the playoffs. It was a fun team to really look for, and I also had the Pennsylvania bias where SFU, even though they're on the other side of the state, they probably like the Steelers and other Pittsburgh teams, head of Paul Skeens. It's still a team, like, yeah, still the same state, still gonna root for them. Trying to see, I think the bulk of them have only played, yeah. No, so none of them still have gone out into the greater scene, so not a problem. It's one of my favorite things about CKL is that we're a great entryway into finding out other teams, whether it's like the MKW family, Interstellar, Vault Switch is still out there, Illumina Crash is great too. Like, shout out to all the teams out there. You guys are all great. So SFU, let's assume they have 8s. I don't know for sure off the top of my head if they do. But SFU is going to be a really interesting team, I think, in the lower levels. They're going to be very under the radar. But the Red Flash, let's assume everything goes well for them, might be fun to watch. I'm really excited to see like a couple of these players. I do remember players like Portal Preston, Rhino, Splooty, Citibank, a lot of returning names from last season. So let's see how they develop. Let's see what they end up doing in the future. This is a doozy. Marshalltown Community College. I forget where Marshalltown is in terms of the US, and I remember looking it up and I just didn't get a chance to. But this is a very fun team to talk about because there's a lot of history here. Or this is their first time in CKL. Yes, so what's the history, you might ask? I don't remember the acronym. I think it's NJCAAE. Basically, it's the Junior College Athletic Association. So, where community colleges, they have their own Mario Kart format. They've been doing this for a while now. Like, I believe NJCAAE, I'm gonna get that right eventually, I hope. They've been around, I want to say, since like 2021, 2022. So I don't even know. I used to say all the time, oh, Moravian was the first ever college Mario Kart team. I don't know if that's necessarily true because the Junior College League, they've had some stuff going. They have other formats. So I think they focus on 4v4. They focus a lot on the singles aspect of things too. But if you look at some of these names, it gets really interesting. Crazy Flame was one. So we have a player here from Pixel Perfect. Has a lot of representation also in like other teams. To play on Yoshi Gang, which is solid mid-level, Snowfall as well, Pirate Hackers. Okay, it is post-prime Pirate Hackers, but they also have a stint on Black Magic. If those who don't know, Black Magic used to be, it was like ex-Pirate Hackers players. I remember them this season especially. They were seated pretty low, but they were pretty interesting, yeah. He left PH right before you and Yezi got in. Gotcha. Yeah, my Pirate Hackers knowledge is lower than it should be, considering that I roomed with Mega Jake Easy at MomoCon and I basically heard the entire Pirate Hackers Wikipedia page. So, anyways, Marshalltown has an established program, a winning culture. This is a very good team. If you've been looking at any like tables recently, players like Capitalism really catch like the attention as well. It's not just Crazy Flame plus friends. There's a lot of like very good players here on Marshalltown. I was gonna call them MCC just to be safe, but I had to actually look and make sure it's 2 C's. There's like some lounge experience, I believe, here on Marshalltown as well. I remember like looking at like doing my preliminary seedings, forgetting that Marshalltown was a big deal over in the Junior College League, and I'm like, oh yeah, new team, blah, bottom div. But it's like, no, this is not a normal new team. We'll get to a couple more of these too, but Marshalltown's real fun. One of the things I'm really looking forward to seeing is how do they translate to CKL. First, it's a different format. Yes, I know a few of these players like Crazy Flame, Vamorlo, they had the 6v6 experience, like shout out Phantom Syndicate. Haven't heard that team in a while. Oh yeah, they put in a arena. Wow. So, Marshalltown, the general consensus, and mine as well, is Marshalltown is like a D2 team. Pretty solidly here. So I'm gonna put MCC right here, right now. Number 2 behind FIU. It's a very interesting team. It's like, for the basketball fans here, it reminds me of like a team coming from like the ABA to the NBA. Shout out the 80s. I just saw like a Julius Irving thing in my like 4U stuff earlier, so I'm like, yeah, we'll throw an ABA reference there as well. But it's so interesting. It's like a crossover. It's a really cool crossover because like the community college, the junior colleges out there, there's a really established league out there. And I don't want to see CKL and like then necessarily compete is like, oh, like we're stealing from the same player base. I would love to collaborate when possible. I would love to share this because like unfortunately most of our programs they can't play in that league. But I would love to see like newer players come on over, see how they do in like, this format. So Marshalltown is gonna be one of those teams to really look out for. There's a lot of talent here, and especially now having an established program like immediately, I'm real excited to watch this team. To move on over, UA, the Wild Cards. Do I have them? Oh my god, I have them as the okay. There. Okay, now we're called the Wildcats now. We're called the Wildcats now, not the Wild Cards. What team? Yeah. Shout out Jahan being captain. Arizona is a very one of the more prolific teams in terms of the history of CKL. The second team to like really start in 66. So after Moravian played MKU, it was Arizona who joined in. So Arizona's been here for a while, and like I remember they've had some good players come and go. Emolga right away. They have 6 now still. She have 6 still playing here, I forget, but like Arizona's still solid. I'm looking around at this roster now. It's a matter of just remembering like who is where. Are they all here? So okay, yeah, we have Conquest. There's been some solid players who have like done decent. As well, Jehan was one of the names I was really interested in seeing. Because like I remember playing with them a couple times when I allied with Aether. I wonder on Birdo Gang now. How long have they been with Birdo Gang? Oh wow, since February. Yo, shout outs. And there's still some like decent names on here. A Panic was one who I was really interested in seeing how they end up doing. And some new names here looks like too. So this could be an interesting squad to really watch. And you still have Bitchy on here, Thrag. Yeah, Arizona's still solid. Not their greatest iteration of this team, but still a very decent program. I'm likely going to end up seeing them in like the D4 range is what I'm projecting, at least at the moment. I see them very similar to RRG, at least at this current point. I think RRG has a lot more momentum really as a program. UA has some really good chemistry though. They've played together quite often. A lot of Aether is basically on that team. So yeah, 6 graduating is a big blow, which was a big reason. It's like, yeah, Arizona, not exactly. Arizona with 6 is like D3, I think, solidly. But without 6, it's pretty debatable. I'm going to put them right under RRG for now. But they have a bright future. I would love to see one of these names like just come out of nowhere and just really show up, show out. Alternating between Pepsi or Diet Pepsi and water. Just one for caffeine, and also to stay hydrated. UNL, Reckless Reds. One of the fun developing stories is that Nebraska's got 2 teams now. Shout out to them because like I remember them coming in, like Nebraska's like he's not open something. I remember Nebraska when they really started. It's back when in like NKU, I remember when like players like the Bob, obviously no longer on Nebraska, but when they were and he was playing Pacific League with the OG MK University, that was something. And I remember who was there. It was like Zoo, I think, was there. The Bob and like Potato Soup or something like that. Got owned by Dorm Wi-Fi. I don't blame you. I remember playing Pacific League in a hotel when I was at a Smash tournament. That was something. Anyways, Reckless Reds. This is Team 1 of Nebraska. Very good program now. And there's a lot of like continuity, which is really awesome to see for a program like this. You have some newer names, like Ninth Eagle's newer. Dylan's been there for a while. Ouija's been insane. Ouija was actually one of those like names I was really looking out for. Because I remember thinking like, oh, this is a player on the come up. Mop has gotten so good. Like, I think everyone who's like familiar with CKL, the Volt Switch people know this exactly, but Mop has gotten really good. That's an insane improvement. One of our Muffin players here, Muffin Man's always a good player to have. See come back. Pizza King, the inspiration, or the person who made me realize, yeah, I gotta make sure I do this stream again. MKS represents. Shout out to Scholars still. T-Bug still as well. You see a lot of players here from Nebraska who they've been around a while, and that's awesome. When we get to the point where we actually look at results, or we'll need to look at results, then we'll get to there. But right now, we have like 52 teams I gotta get through, and I started an hour later than last time, so we gotta go. Nebraska's gonna be in that D3 range. Them and NC State are fairly close in terms of a lot. I'm gonna give the edge to Nebraska for now. This could change, but I'm leaning UNL at the moment. I like the continuity, I like the culture. Nebraska is just like, there's a lot going on at that program that I think is just, that bodes well for them in the future. Speaking of top programs, the Wolverines, University of Michigan. One of the most prolific teams, if not the most prolific team ever in CKL. Like, you look at this program and like title after title in terms of all the stuff they've got there, or contending for titles pretty much. When was the last time you saw like a low-ranked Michigan? Like, they were D1 and I want to say D5 last season, where the second team, AAA, they won it all. They had such a great run. The AAA Wolverines run, I don't know if any of former Michigan 2 is in chat, but legitimately, if I were to ever give you like my top like 10 favorite CKL teams of all time, Season 4 AAA Wolverines is on that list. Don't ask for the rest of them because I probably can't give you an actual answer, but maybe that's a video for the future, we'll see. Anyways, Michigan now is a combination of UM1 and UM2. You notice that players like Cat, Dusk, they're now on this team, so Flatbread. But you also still have the top team. So you still have Short, you still got Whooper, you still got Crow / Freddy / Heidi. Really insane stuff here from the side of Michigan. I hope someone's not knocking at my door. I actually can't tell. Nor do I want to look, because I have a stream, so I'm busy. I'm busy with you guys. That's my excuse. Anyways, Michigan's a title contender, for sure. Like, when is Michigan not going to be a title contender? One of the best teams here in all of CKL, so let's see where we go. Surprise to no one. Hold on, I'm going to make sure. Give me a second, guys. I'm going to make sure I'm not actually getting the door frame. I'm gonna pretend it's not for me. That's what we're gonna do, guys. Anyways, so Michigan is... There's like 4 teams, I think, who can really contend. Michigan is one of them up in D1, so... Is it a surprise that UM is here? Nope. Not at all. But let's have some more fun. Let's move on. Because we're probably gonna come back to Michigan later down the line. This is another interesting team here. UNI, United Northern Ireland, University of Northern Illinois. You look at UNI, and they've kind of had this like up and down thing, where like, I remember that one season, I think it was season 3, where they jumped up to D1 after they added bugs. But now, and then it's like, okay, we'll move them back to D2 after they had a rough D1. But now, especially with how D1 has changed, how a lot of the upper divisions have really changed since we last saw them, UNI is in a really interesting squad. Okay, that is the door, I think. Okay, guys, I will be right back. Okay, mic's on. Sorry guys, we're back. Someone's actually at the door. So okay, here we go. Where were we? UNI is legitimately one of the most interesting, one of the most fun teams to watch for. They have they've basically returned all of their top talent. You still have Accent, you still have Archie, you still have Bugs, you still have Lemon Spox. And with the shifts from D2, UNI is extremely good. To be seated isn't changing. Yeah, I'm so sorry, guys. It's gonna be changing right after UNI, but we'll get to that. So, UNI, legitimately, I have him over FIU. Rain, I can't. See, here's the thing, Lemon Spox. You guys have so many good players now. How did I forget Rain? That's on me. But there's so many good players here. What is this UNI top 6 where it's just top and down? It's just so many good players. I'm looking at this roster and there's not really a weakness. Who'd you lose? I guess. Did you even lose any major players? I'm thinking maybe. Forget their name. Mono Angel is your 6? Oh my god, Mono Angel is your 6 is wild. Iron 2? So here's the thing, guys. To have any lounge experience is amazing. Especially in CKL. So we're looking at this and it's UNI is. I actually, as Top Hat's mentioning in chat, I legitimately think UNI has a shot to win it all. It's not a stretch, I think. This is very reminiscent of what do I want to say? It's it reminds me of Prime Michigan in a sense, where even though Michigan's still very much close to that Prime, UNI is just so deep, where there's not really a weakness here, and that's so cool to see. It's a team where they've gone through the ups, they've gone through the downs, but hey, to see UNI here being a contender, you gotta be. They're probably one of the most rootable teams here in CKL. So let's have some fun. Let's see how they go. Okay. I filled out a goal setting assignment for class earlier today. My goal for the semester is winning CKL. That is hype. That is hype. As we go through that, it's time to move on because we are now starting with Utah. Crimson Gaming MK. Utah's interesting. Everyone knows how good Snowy is. Snowy's sediment. Let him cook. Such a great player. Like legitimately, if you're looking in fantasy, Snowy's like one of the players to pick up early round, because especially in their division, which where am I projecting? I forget where I had Utah. I want to say like around that D3 range, D3, D4 range. No lower than D4 for sure. But it's like Utah has some fun stuff going on their way. I feel like Utah was one of those teams that was like really on like the come up in a sense, especially now that they have some more returning players as well. I feel like there was at least another one who started recently, and they have NRC stuff too. Shout out to all the staff over there, keeping Mario Kart alive as well. Can you imagine them not? No, exactly, Top. If Snowy isn't drafted number 1, like what are we doing? Yeah, we still have some players here who've been around a bit now. Utah Hawks, too. Oh man, I forgot when they were called that. Grim Reaper and Kenner. Okay, I have heard of some of these. Like, I remember there was a lot of hype surrounding like the new names. Like Kenner was one of them. Grim Reaper. Like, even though I wasn't as super active in CKL in the past couple months, this is one of those teams where there really is a lot here, and you also still have like those returning players. Oh, I do remember Kenner. Yeah, Kenner was on the come up a bit. Grim Reaper was solid in their division. I think one of the biggest things that's going to be a nightmare for teams is really just over focusing on Snowy, especially in that range. I'm where we could put him. To be safe, I'll put him right under NC State for now, but that could be interchanged. Utah's fun. That's probably the only time you're gonna hear me say Utah's fun in terms of like AdSense, even though like in a non-Mario Kart context. But hey, Utah, I think has some things going for them. It's a squad with some, you still got Snowy, still got that top talent, you got some nice supporting pieces who I think are developing in a good way. So it's one of those programs that I think give it another season, depending, let's say in the spring, let's see how they develop, let's go on forward. We'll get to that when we get to Waterloo. Moving on. How many teams are we at now? We're at Texas State. Cool. I remembered when Texas State signed up, like last season, it's like, oh, okay, it's a new team. We'll see how they go. And then those scrim results came in like, whoa, 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 whoa. I thought it was Lossy +5. And no. It was not Lossy +5. You had some players like Striker. Striker was really solid back then. Like, legitimately, like, I remember hearing this, like, Striker was like one of those names, like, whoa, okay. Then some other couple things here too. And then you have Lozzy a GOAT for one. Still around, still playing well, still did so much really for that team. I think everyone knows who I'm avoiding at the moment. Yeah, some solid players top to bottom. Some newer names too, like Jackson. And they ended up winning it all, I believe, in D3. Beating Michigan State, I want to say it was. Still got some solid players. And then the elephant in the room. From Speedstars, we have added Jake to CKL. This is a huge move. Jake is legitimately gonna be one of the best players in these rooms in D1. No surprise to anyone, Texas State is D1. I'm gonna put them under UNI for now. I think UNI and Michigan, what they have over Texas State is that they have a lot more of a foundation really built off of. There's less things, even though Jake is a phenomenal player in their own right. Like, you play for Speedstars and 8 Deluxe, the legendary team back then. but I do believe Texas State, like D1 still, I'm gonna put them. Even though I think Texas State has the talent to potentially win it all, I like Michigan and UNI for their chemistry, for their foundation, just being able to have all those like continuity. Texas State's still gonna have to work some kinks out, and we'll see how they end up doing. But very exciting team. I think it's a consensus between staff, but this D1, when we finish it up and we really look at it, this is gonna be one of the most fun divisions we've ever seen, and it's awesome that it's gonna be the top division. Yeah, the team that grinds the most is going to end up winning. I think this is the season where like hard work really is going to pay off. Alabama, Huntsville, UAH. The Chargers are back. Slightly different. I think the big elephant in the room is, where is Green? Where is Green JC12, former Grounded Gaming, my GOAT? We'll cut to Green later. So it's a very different team in that sense, where UAH does not have like one of their best players. If you know what Ray means, you know what Ray means. But this is a bit better now, I think, in a sense. First of all, Creo's on the team now. Creo is now playing on Pirate Hackers for MK World, and Creo was like a free agent forever. So where are we going to end up putting UAH? Okay, chat, let's say it with me. Where has UAH been this entire time? Every season since like we started? Division 3. So UAH, as the prophecy will entail, will go Division 3. I'm gonna put them above Utah for now. I might regret that decision in a few seconds, but I'm gonna put UAH here. One of the things about UAH is they're a very good driving team. Like, there's some insane driving going around there. I was going to do a VOD review with them one time in season 3? Yeah, season 3. Losing track of the years now. I was going to do a VOD review with them like right before playoffs, I believe it was. And then things came through. And like one of the first things I saw was like, wow, their driving is great. Their team play and their comms were still kind of shaky, but their driving, like their individual play, very threatening. I think the big question for UAH now, especially without Green coordinated a lot of that call. Like Green's kind of quiet from what I've talked to him, and even when I played with him, but Green as like leading as a call leader was so different. I'm so curious how this changes now. It's very reminiscent of original UAH, where yeah, you still had Green there, but this is when Creo was really popping off, breaking records in OGD3. If anyone from here remembers that was a season, that was a fun division. So definitely excited to see UAH there. And in D3 where they belong. Michigan State. I think one of the big questions here is how much have they been playing, and the answer to that is there's been some grinds here. And Michigan State, oh man, this is such a rootable team. I feel like they've come close a few seasons now and just haven't put the pieces together. But very solid. You still have some returning names. Don't obviously being like the captain, being the top player here. Morning Templar coming back. Nunley coming back. A lot of these players, yeah, they've been around for a while. Aureus from NK Scholars as well. So you got Mo here from Brutal Dragons. Brutal Dragons. Let me legit a question, because I don't remember this team. Oh, okay, I do remember seeing this now. There's been a lot of like improvement from Michigan State, which is really exciting to see. Xerneas as well. Shout out to MKS, MKU. I think, where are we putting them? I was initially not as high on them, but like lately thinking about it, Michigan State's like probably gonna be like D2-ish. I think there's an argument for a couple teams that are going to be in that D2. Oh my god. We'll get to this, but I think D1 and D2 are going to be really fun this season. So let's hope this ends up going well. Michigan State. I think if they somehow fall to D3, they're a favorite. Probably one of the favorites. Even in D2, they're going to be a contender. So let's see how the Spartans do. Part of me's kind of hoping they make something happen here. This was a shock when I saw this like a couple weeks ago, or whenever they signed up, the 19th. When I saw Boston University sign up, I'm like, whoa, okay. And then I saw some of these names. Like, I really looked at some of these names, and I'm like, excuse me? Who's on this team? Not Inspect Element, what are we doing? Ember, for one. GV. That's a start, and I'm like, whoa, okay. Okay, you look at this record here, like, look at this. Secret X? Prime Pirate Hackers, pretty much? Legitimately, that's a phenomenal player to have leading a team. And then you add some more. Oh, Cloudy's looks familiar. Like, where was Cloudy from? Like, RIT? Yeah, Cloudy was playing in RIT in, like, last year. Now has moved on over to Boston University. Yeah, so the Terrier's looking good. It doesn't stop there. Amber and A was, like, mid-level, I believe, in terms of Mario Kart. Also, like, decent at Splatoon, from what I remember. If I remember, Amber got like a finalist spot at Riptide 2023 as well. Thailand obviously very different, but you look at this like record here, you have Chicos, you have Cosmic. As also one of the few players that really play in like the Summit League, so to have Boston have these kinds of players is interesting, yeah. Mid-level instead of mid-div, the comps soon consumes. Yo, it's literally just because I was at Riptide, and I was like, yeah, how do I not have that? I'm trying to see, does anyone else on Boston have, like, results or have any history? I feel like I'm gonna be missing someone. I'm gonna just see, like, oh, hello, player. We knew about Amber. Dr. Dahlia's new. Okay, they've been around a bit. They might be in Lounge. I'll have to check. Okay. Yeah, so High Iron. Did they ever hit Bronze? They did hit Bronze at one point, it looks like. Oh yeah, they replaced Bronze. Kind of had some rough events, but still. Hey, Lounge experience is experience, so we'll take it. Magnesium, Forks. Yes, and a lot of newer names, but like you still have a really solid core. Boston, you have to acknowledge that they have Ember, they have Amber. That's gonna be confusing. And this results, maybe it's a bit rash, but I think it's a consensus from a lot of us that Boston, D1. This is a very good team. I think a lot have questions in terms of like how does everything actually play out is valid, it's justified, but on potential, on paper, this is a very solid team, and you have arguably one of the top names really running in D1, so gotta shout out them. Co-College, lower div team, D6 from last season. Yep, D6. Returning some of their main names here. I remember Dawnbreak. I don't know how much Co has added, or I don't know how much Co has played either, but it's been a solid team in like those lower levels. I think they had to run the playoffs. I could be wrong, but still a good squad overall. No, I remember the top. Amber was very good. She trialed over at Only Friends back when I let OF, and that was before she joined Chicos. So the potential was there. She grinded. I remember her. I actually knew her in Splatoon before I knew her in MK, and I think she TT'd like MK7 also. So like, there's a lot of like history there for Amber that's not reflective in the team aspect of things. Co-College, still gonna be on like that lower end. It's a program who I think has a lot of potential in the sense of they might make some noise. in like D6, D5, depending on where we put them. But the big questions of how much have they played, who's back, who has improved. Are they valid? Yeah, they are. Okay, so they do have enough. In fact, every team we've looked at, with the exception of SFU, does have enough. I haven't refreshed this in a while, but we'll see. Kennesaw! Kennesaw's fun. Everyone knows Wisp / Ray. She's an absolutely great player there from the Stellar side of things and World. Played over in Vespertine as well. Guide Dog Lover. 6th, I believe, at Riptide as well just now. So, great player in her own right. And then you have some other names here who I've heard from the Loop that a lot of these players have been kind of grinding, have been taking some stuff. So, love to see that here. There's like a couple of them who I think have done either TTs or Lounge. I can't remember what exactly, or which names off the top of my head, but I do know that Kennesaw is better than they've been before. Oh, some Wii experience, love that. I think they're roughly in the same spots. There's been a couple, I think they've had a couple scrims as well though, but nothing really substantial. I'll put them under UA for now. Could change, but they're very similar in the sense of like there's like experience I think on UA. KSU has a little more raw. Definitely has more stuff there to really think about. Yo, shout out Dynamo for gifting the sub as well, and Joy. Of course, it had to be Joy getting the sub. So thank you Dynamo for gifting. Shout out to Joy for getting a sub. You're gonna get your perks for like this has now become like a twice a year thing, so we'll see. That's not true. We'll have when we do World, we'll have some type of seeding thing. Whether I don't know if we're gonna be doing like a league format anymore, if we're gonna be doing a tournament like Frontier, but hey, I'll do like some pre-show thing anyway. The Dino Wallet is so thick you can just hand them out. I remember, I think it was the second seeding stream I did, the season 2. Nitro from Morgan donated like 10 gifted, and it almost made my computer crash. That was a moment. I didn't even realize it happened, but hey. Okay, this is a team. Very fun team. I don't think, I originally had them as UCLA LB, because they had the super team, or DA super team originally, and now they're 405 tailgaters. So, UCLA, Long Beach, both have lost some players, both are not able to gather completely, so they'll merge. And it's been probably one of the most hyped merges we've really seen, where I've gone back and forth on this, because there's a tier right under the top of D1. And that's where I'm thinking this group goes. One of the big things here is there's a lot of depth. And I think that's the big consensus from some staff, where it's like 405, you look at this team and it's like, oh. It's saying like London has improved a lot. Like definitely a player I was really watching out for over the last like year or so, and it's paid off. Has been really grown into such an amazing player to watch. Blenny, obviously, amazing in their own right. You still got Raspada here, and it's like, okay, this team, they got it. They got some stuff here. They can make some stuff happen. You still got Zach, you got Zane with her. Some names that have just been around for a while now, and it's just been like a really exciting group. My big thing that I've just been like wrestling with was, where do I put them? Because I have them over Marshall at the very least. For now. Marshall might grow into a better team by the end of the season, who knows. But it's like this area where it's like FIU, there's another team out there that we'll get to, or a couple teams out there that we'll get to, but it's like this range. Oh, I feel like 405's got a great ceiling and has also kind of a higher floor. FIU consistent, yes, but they still really have to work around the fact that Diego hasn't picked the game since April and they've lost players like Milk and Green. So I will likely come back to this, but I'm gonna go 405 then FIU. I'm already at the point where we're debating this. They're basically tied at the moment. Where I'm really high on 405 this season. I think there's a lot of potential here with this merger. And it's like some winning stuff here. I would love to see, especially for the UCLA people, to see 405 and see like that team do well would be awesome. Because UCLA, I've loved watching them. They've gotten the short end of the stick kind of often. Like they're the group that was like always thrown in deep on, oh, they had Cairo. But now it's different. It's very different UCLA, it feels like. But we'll get to that. It's still a great squad. Real interested here, especially with the merge with Long Beach. We'll see where they end up falling by the end of the stream. St. Xavier, and then we are going into another stretch of teams. That just adjust. I feel like if you look at low div, SXU has been one of the bigger storylines there, where you have players like Blockit, who's been well. A lot of them have representation over there on Harvest as well, so we're going to be able to see like how do they do for the time. This song will likely get copyright struck on Twitch by the end of it, but hey, we're live at the moment, so let's hope that it stays here. If I just keep talking, it'll be fine. But yeah, you got Bebop here as well. SXU being coached by LeBob has done really great things for this program, and I've seen some of it really start to show by the end of last season as their DA. Like Centipede was one of those names that's like, ooh, they're putting in some work. I wonder if they have like any new names. Okay, Everred is new. Greetings is coming back, and Venus looks Rocks. I did remember this one being a new name, because didn't see him last time. But yeah, SXU, where are we gonna put them for now? Okay, I might put him over Co. I think this is a team that's been grinding a lot when it comes to like time trials. I remember Bob and I, we had a conversation about SXU over at Riptide, where they're getting close to beating some of Bob's times, and it's like, oh, look at this team go. So St. Xavier, I want to say they're from Chicago. One of the squads I think is going to be real fun to watch in the future. So let's see how they end up doing then. Yeah, Lil Bob is training SXU very well. If you're unaware, if you're not paying attention, like, hey, could be scary there as well. Shout out us, we're #1 stream on Mario Kart 8 Deluxe. Ooh, that would have been cool like a year ago or a few months ago, but hey, let's do it now. Still #1, let's go. Shout out to everyone here for making this happen. Hope if at any point, if you guys have questions about either any team I have seeded or I am seeding, just let me know. If you want to ask me questions about anything else, feel free to do that too as well. I had a feeling that is rough. We'll cross that out when we get there. Okay, so St. Xavier we just passed, and now we have... This is a string of really fun teams, and unfortunately SSU has not one of them. Oh, it's so sad. I always love talking about teams, and SSU is not going to be here, so... Unfortunate, but things happen. Where do we go next? Indiana. This one makes me so happy. I can't tell you how happy I am to see Ant playing. Shout Anomaly in chat. KU is pretty far down, but yeah, you're gonna be up for a while. Story time. When I first played my first game of MKU back in, what was it, 2021 now? I remember getting a DM from Ant Because, like, at the time, it was just a big story where I was like, oh my god, a college team in MKU? What the hell is this? So, Ant apparently was trying to start a team at his college way back then. I want to say it was University of Chicago. I could be wrong. I'm so sorry, Ant, if I am wrong about that. But way before, like, CKL, I don't know, the foundation of CKL, I had this, like, idea in my mind. If there was a Mount Rushmore of, like, people who are most influential for this, for even like college market as a whole, Ant is on there because Ant was a big part in me getting into like Mario Kart and really staying with Mario Kart. So to see Ant finally get a chance to play here in CKL is so awesome. And look who else got it, Anteater, which is absolutely hilarious. Please tell me, yes, Anteater is like a new player, and then you have Ant. That's so funny. And then you look at some of this team, and it's like, wait, I recognize some of these names. Dragon Slayer? FIU, formerly Dragon Slayer? To see them here is just absolutely wild. Like, to see, like, Dragon is back. I don't know how active Dragon's gonna be, but it's so cool to see, like, them back. Cause, like, that's not even where it ends. Trombone Wizard is here as well. Like, what is this? So, yeah, we have former University of Alabama, the D2 champion here as well, back in Season 2. Spoiler alert, for anyone who caught my comment about like my top 10 favorite CKL teams of all time, Season 2 Alabama is on that list as well. Someone's probably keeping track of like the teams I say that for, and then they're gonna like, wait, you have 18 teams in your top 10. What is this? That's just Smash Ultimate tier listing, basically. So, anyways, Indiana's interesting because you actually have a core, like a really solid core, and I think everyone else is new. But to have like that going for you is really impressive. Where are we putting them then? Yeah, new. Indiana is another team I've gone back and forth on because they're high D3, low D2, I believe. I'm gonna put them with Michigan State for now. We are having to answer the... Hold on. Do I have like multiple pink? No. They're D2 in your opinion? That's valid. I legit, like, if you put them in D2, I'm not complaining. Because, like, that is legitimately a very solid spot. What am I doing? I can't. They're very competitive, I think. Ant especially, having Ant, a player with that kind of experience, is so good for this squad. There's 9 teams in this division. Give me a second. That's fair. I'll talk about Maryland and Morgan as well when we get to that point. But yeah, Indiana really, this is a good Indiana team. I think a big question is like the other 3 players that are in lineup and what happens when either Dragon or Trombone are playing. Because, like, yes, while we seed off top lineup, I am very curious to see how this actually plays out. Like, who's playing? How good are they? Wartburg, the Knights, champion of D7, I believe. I feel I should know this because I was their DA. As I click on the new player, shout out to them. Yeah, D7 champion. Also, shout out Lewis and Clark. That's a great player. Oh my gosh. So Wartburg is fun because they rolled. They were one of those teams rolling in D7 last season. It was them. It was DePaul. It was John Brown, who really were impressive. And this team has gotten better in the sense that there's some experience that they've really worked with. The players here know. But you're adding some new names. Gremlin's coming back. Hidden Lies is new. John Long Gone is coming back. John is so underrated. I remember seeing that name like really high up there in Indivs at times. Like, whoa. Mostly, what? Hey, Halo player, but you drive sometimes, it works. Squid? Squid's good. Oh man, Squid is really good. So, really excited to see this team, see how they end up doing. Because now you also have like the experience that Lewis and Clark and Squid, bringing them back in. They're a menace in the lower divisions. I am putting them. Oh, I don't know if they're above Kennesaw yet. I think they're actually in that range. It's in like a very similar range as Kennesaw, but I'm gonna put them right here for now. Wartburg is a fun group. Looking forward to them. I'm sad I likely won't be their DA because that was a fun team to DA for. I really like shout out D7 last season. First of all, you actually made things work like extremely well. Barely had any issues there. So love to see that. I think this is a team that's gonna make names, take some names, and like maybe even like D5. I think D5 is like reasonable for them. This assumes we have 7 dibs. I haven't done the math on that, but we'll see. We'll see. Wartburg, yeah, good team. Really excited. Maryland. Maryland's interesting because we don't have Fate anymore, but you still have a really good team in terms of like the depth. So Kyle DeLuffy, longtime player. I think Kyle's been around longer than I have in terms of like the. Yeah, Kyle's been playing longer than I have because I know he played Lounge way before I got into Lounge. So Luffy's really solid. You have Claxton, who for a while I'm like, this is like one of the most underrated players ever. Like I think he had like this insane run at Catalyst, which is the land in Philadelphia I ran, or I helped run, along with my GOAT P-Mercs. And like what a run! Like Claxton's so good. ASN, another great player. Sneaky is also really good. You did lose a couple players. Ace is no longer on here. No Fate, obviously. So the question is now, like, what happens with the other 2 spots in this top 6? Because Maryland's biggest strength for the last couple seasons was they have no weakness, in the sense of like there's no one player you can really target out that's like a weak link. Their top 6 was just really solid, really foundationally good, fundamentally sound. No issues to like really take advantage of. But now we have like these interesting things here. Okay, that's a really interesting development in that recent ticket. But we'll see how that ends up going. So we have these teams. We have Maryland still. Ooh. Maryland's hard to read because, as Top says, they're contending for D2. Potential D3. I don't know where I'm putting them. Because I also have them in this tier. I think one thing is they have a lot more. They have more depth, I believe, in Indiana. Indiana has ants, which queers. But I think if you rank all of their players, I think Maryland has a better 2, 3, 4, 5. It has better 2, 3, 4, 5. It's who can they like target out, and then like those lost spots are really interesting. I'm gonna lean high on Maryland. I'm gonna just go with what I know. I'm gonna go UMD above Indiana. They're likely contending for one of those spots in D2. Michigan State's really good. Shout out. Yeah, if you want to type something in here, go ahead. I don't really care. One of my favorite things, especially, is like I know staff will also be in like. Staff is going over stuff, I believe, like right now, just because like we have to figure out like seedings ASAP. So shout out, shout outs. I believe that is Sales, who is I think it's Sales who's in right now. So everyone say hi to Sales. Say hi to CKL staff in general. Appreciate you, my guy. Where Texas State at? D1. Yeah, Striker, your team's just so good right now. Picking up Jake was such a big thing. Yeah, so like picking up Texas State, like that's a jump. Like, hey, you have Jake now, and you have a lot of some good returning players as well. So, especially with a lot of changes in D1 and D2, I think Texas State, the jump, it makes sense. Who are we at now? Oh my gosh, you're going from UMD to Waterloo? When we talk about CKL, one of the biggest stories is Waterloo yet to win it all in a regular season, or like in the season format, in the league format. They've won this week, but they haven't won it all yet, and they've come close. They've back-to-back finals, losing to Michigan, then losing to FIU. But look at this still. It's a bit different from what we normally have now, so... But where's Pickley? Pickley no longer here at Waterloo. Hate to see it. One of like the hearts of like CKL in general. Like we love. I don't know of anyone who was dislike Pickley, because Pickley was just such a fun person to have, really. But you still got Inglite. You still have Iona, and for those who aren't all in line all the time, like these two players, they're still very active in 8 Deluxe. Iona especially. Mixed feelings about World, to say the least. So Iona being able to like really grind ATX, it's going to be actually really fun to see. I am high on Waterloo this season. It helps, and I guess maybe it's because like in one of my lectures this week we were talking about Waterloo, not Waterloo Mario Kart, but there was like something mentioned in like one of my psych classes about like Waterloo, or a study done on Waterloo, so like Waterloo has been in my mind like the entire week. I'm in consensus with Top Hat here. I think Waterloo has the mix of a couple important things. One, they're bringing back a lot of players. A lot of their core is still intact. They don't have Pickley, obviously, but they still have this. But also, this might be the most hungry team I have ever seen in CKL. To lose in finals 2 seasons in a row. There's another team that's like that. We'll get to them. And now to really be back in 8 Deluxe, kind of like in their element, while some of these other top teams are like still playing World. Gotta give credit here where credit's due. I think this squad's gonna be really interesting. Waterloo, I'm gonna lean as my D1 winner for now. What's my opinion of MCC? Is it gonna be a 10-team D1? Okay, we'll get to these questions early. Is it gonna be a 10-team D1? No. What ends up happening is my like brain cannot do copy paste like at all. So I'm like, oh, my colors are mixed up. So I'm fixing as I go. MCC, I'll give you my quick take, crazy, but like, first of all, this is probably one of the programs I'm most excited to watch. Couldn't find it. GG. What the heck? So. Yeah, obviously, it's not in order yet. I think MCC is D2 for now. MCC is probably going to be D2. Like, I don't see a reason they're not. But with the experience of NJCAAE, and then having all that come over, you have some winning culture, you have like a great foundational thing. Once your players get used to 6v6, I think you guys are a contender. You might be a sleeper pick in D2. So, Marshalltown, probably one of the most fun teams to look out for. Solid D2 in my opinion. That's the quick take. Thank you. Anyway, Waterloo, last closing takes. Great program. They're hungry. They're in 8 Deluxe. This is a squad real excited to see. Of course, yeah, if you have any questions, feel free to ask. I'm excited to see you guys here. Just to see like the NJCAAE come over. Having any of those programs here now in CKL, I'm so hyped. We move on to RIT Orange, Rochester Institute of Technology, with a phenomenal squad. This RIT team has been taking names. I remember seeing this like table against Oklahoma. Oklahoma didn't have one of their best players, yes, but like Oh, nice! Seeding scrim against RIT. Let's go. With UCSD and RIT, that's awesome. One of my favorite things is like I remember when RIT was having like I think it was last season, the season 4 seeding period, where it's like RIT was just winning against like D2 teams, and we're like, what are you doing? Why do you keep doing this? Because now we have to like keep bumping them up. It's like, whoa, excuse me? Why are they so good? Look at this group. Danny is here. Gabe Carts. These players are insane. You have Frenzy as well. Also, Frenzy's an underrated commentator. Insane. You lost Amethyst, but this is still a great team. Meat is very solid as well. I believe SK. I think SK was the name I was remembering. No, SK new. So, new player. Love to see it. There's a few names, so I feel like I'm trying to remember. I knew Meat, I knew Gabe, Frenzy, Danny, Tom. Okay, I do remember Tom. Times, Lucas. Okay. Very solid players, top to bottom. So, RIT is like a deceptively strong team. Okay, so Clyde, Lucas, and MK are new. So, it's a really good team to watch for. And I'm like really high on this team. Like, I'll be real. There's some bias on my end because where's the take? RIT, what was it, season 3? That's a top 10 team for me personally as well. I hope someone's keeping track of like what teams are in my top 10. Because yeah, RIT, that first season of RIT was so fun. Like, oh, that was so good. And like RIT is still a great team to watch. They're so fun to really root for. And I'm excited to see what they end up doing in this season in D2. I'm gonna put him over Marshall for now. That sounds like a potential car accident outside. Huh, that's Philly. RIT's good. Give this team like a couple more weeks, a couple more months. Like if we were just on 8 Deluxe forever, I don't know what the future is really, but things go like this. RIT, that's such a fast growing program, like fast development. That's one of the biggest upsides ever. Actual karting accident IRL, yeah. Wouldn't be the first time. RIT's so good, yes. RIT's good. RIT's so good this season. I'm excited. I'm so excited to see this team. Where are we at now? SSU, unfortunately, will not be fielding a team. I do have to ask, because I am unfortunately behind, which tag or which school was SSU? Because like I know SSU could be like a bunch of things. So if anyone in chat can inform me, please let me know. Yo, shout out Green in chat. Spicy in a war zone out here. Yeah, that's just West Philadelphia. Granted, it's not North Philadelphia, which could have been much worse. But hey, West Philadelphia, it's, at least in the part I'm in, it's not too bad. But you still hear it. So yeah, SSU, unfortunately, will not be participating this season. As we go over to UCSD, University of California, San Diego, the Triton Castle. One of my favorite things with UCSD in general is when they come up with these names. Triton Castle is banger name. It's like one of the best names I've heard for a college program ever. And let's see how they go. So here's the thing. UCSD, it's different from what we've been accustomed to. There's no more FX. There's no more Louise. That's just to name a few players here. So who's still here? We still got Top. We still got Astra. UCSD is in a weird spot in terms of seeding because they are in what I like to call the borderline tier, where I have like 405, FIU, UCSD, all like in that range of like they're contending for that last spot in D1. I don't know how they would do there because D1's good this season. But look at this. One of my favorite things with UCSD is the continuity. They've still just had like a lot of great players that are just the back. When we talk about Ashley, we talk about Top, but like AC is still here. Wraith, I'm pretty sure has been around for, yeah, Wraith, this is a player I recognize. Been around for a while. Wraith. Emilio, wow, that's a classic name as well. For us who really were there way back then. Yeah, Peak Song just started playing. It's so good. I played through Reload earlier this year. Legendary game. IBA's been around for a while too. Like the thing about UCSD, like there's a lot of great players here. Okay, I remember this is the actual quarter now. Yes, it's the actual quarter. The one that they were looking for. Also, the multiculturalism. Awesome. Awesome. I love it. I love just seeing players, teams with like a lot of different flags. It's shout out to Uber Eats. United Bros is my team. Where we just have like such awesome flags. There's so many flags there. It's funny, I actually ordered through Uber Eats today because I didn't want to cook. Forgot to tell them the team that, my bad. Anyways, UCSD, when you look at players, you have like this like solid squad, and you have all these players who have either been around, they've witnessed a lot of this history that UCSD has done, because it's one of the best programs ever in CKL. Like, and then you have all these players who were actually on that second team back when the second team was a thing, and it's been real awesome to have here. Oh, nice. Mish moved here from Saudi Arabia and Porter from Japan. Okay, that's awesome then. Love to see that flags. Okay. Where do I put them? They're above RIT. But like, this is where things get rough, because it's like, what do we do? I'm gonna just say like this group is not ordered yet. 405 FIU UCSD, because I am like I'm torn between these three teams personally. UCSD has continuity, they got some depth, they still have really great players here. Like, I know Top's playstyle historically, at least in the greater MK scene, doesn't exactly translate the best to CKL, but Top is still a phenomenal player and is like, and at this level of CKL, it's like still like, you need that kind of play. And then the game sense Top has is great. Astra's also a great driver. I think Astra is like, especially now with like with UCSD's like revamped roster, more of the modern roster, players like Astra's are really going to shine. And I'm excited to see that here. 405 has also that depth. They have that continuity in the sense from they have like these like players all just from California. Excited to see how this meshes. And FIU, it's FIU. How do you really underestimate a team like that? So we're going to be back and forth between these three teams. We're going to come back to this probably for a while. This is why we stream up until deadline, because even if we finish up, there's still a lot of stuff we got to talk about. Speaking of, oh my god, another team who is in that contending range, Oklahoma, who is under their third team name, I think now, because I remember this used to be University of Oklahoma A, which is why it's on there. That one season, or like that one, like those little few months where I was like coaching Oklahoma, oh, that was so fun. Like, if any of Oklahoma from that era is in chat, I love you guys. Miss doing it, because like, oh, I was there for like that kind of growth. Like, they just did so well. One of my like things I'm so happy to see here. So let's look at this. You got Taika, you got Toby, you got Rhino, and you got Dutch. Dutch especially has done so much in terms of like the growth. You've lost some players though. No more Golden, no more Rumble. So very different squad in that sense, but still very good. This is such a good Oklahoma team. You can't underrate them. Oklahoma will always be that team where it's like they have their own like terminology, like really within CKL, which is awesome. Where it's like just pulling in Oklahoma, where you just win by having the entire mid pack, and that's still similar here. I think the difference is like Rhino is just so good now. Like, I remember just seeing the growth Rhino's had from season 2, especially season 2, up until like that summer. So season 2 to season 3 was just legendary. Just seeing that. Like, Rhino is such a phenomenal driver. Now, Taika's so good, Toby's so good, Dutch's such a come up. I feel the same way as Top, where OU is in that category of, at the absolute lowest, you're top of D2. But you are actually contending for D1. Oklahoma was just always in that spot where they're like, I like to call them like the gatekeeper pretty much of D1, where if you're better than Oklahoma, then you definitely belong in D1. Where especially like the Oklahoma play style, their chemistry, their team play is phenomenal as well. Oklahoma's so rough to deal with, and they have like players like who are good here as well. Bean's new. Glow Bubble, I believe, is also new. I remember Marul. Snug Pig, I think, is new, and Jan Janssen, I want to say, are both new. Yeah, okay, so all of these are new, but you still have this great core. So I'm excited to see how this ends up progressing. Let's see this then from Oklahoma. And then we go to Ashland. Ashland's a fun team to really look for in the lower divs. They will be in like that lower levels, but Ashland has some great names. Hyperflash, Neapolitan were both at Riptide. Hyperflash especially kind of put on a showing over in like qualifiers. Like I think I was playing against like Immortal, I believe. It like had a great run. Kind of crashed out in quarters, unfortunately, but hey, still great run overhaul. Neapolitan as well. Really solid player. And then you have still like Fijian still driver Ed, who's back. I want to say Kiri and Mir might be back. Pokemaster's back. Vortex, I believe, is returning. Oh, Vortex is new. Okay. Monster High Collector, that's hype. There's actually a lot of continuity from last season to this season, so Ashland's exciting. Ashland's definitely in the lower range, but I have him over Wartburg. Or not over Wartburg, right under Wartburg, over SXU. Good group, though. It's one of the more exciting things. I believe Ashland's in Ohio, so love to see them here. Hoping them the best going forward. Hendrix. I love that Hendrix comes back. This is a team, it reminds me a lot of like original Moravian, where it's very similar in a sense. It's like, oh, it's a lot of like casual players coming in to play comp for the first time. They're still playing on split screen for a lot of them. They're not really playing meta. They're having a good time though. Last season they had a win. Also, they did get their first win last season. It's awesome to see that. Unfortunately, Hendrix is likely here. It's a matter of seeing like who's back. Castle's back. Castle was solid. But I don't think anyone really here has... First of all, are they just all in here? No. Okay, it's just Castle. And unless like Hendrix like pulls like some like new player, I don't see them doing too much to like change everything yet. There's actually oh wow, there's a lot of recruiting here. Oh my god. Like, oh yeah, Pickles, yeah, I did remember that. I remember Radio Cry. Riptide, I think, is new, yeah. This is, whoa. Tennis player and is new, returning. There's like 3 returning players here. That's insane. They just revamped their entire roster. So there's a lot to be like questioned here, but like, if someone has like any Hendrix results, let me know, because like this is one of the biggest question marks now. Like, sure, maybe it's different, but this is like, yeah, it's like what really changed? It's just new players, but like, who knows? When you have such a big roster revamp, like, I don't think I've ever seen this happen before, where a returning team comes back and fields almost entirely a new roster. That's actually insane. Rooting for them. I want to see them potentially do really well in the future. Oh, my bad, guys. Forgot to update this. Hendricks, we'll leave Hendricks up there. Just to have them every time it's on. How many teams do we have left? Are we halfway? Kind of. Okay, we're actually kind of moving through this, so let's go. New Mexico. This is one of the hardest teams to really rate, and one of the biggest reasons is like, do they play? Who knows if they play or not? It's one of those just like, what do? They still have a lot of their returning players. Skinny Bones is back, Yellow is back, G72 being sent by Ice Storms. Like, I'm looking at these names, and it's like, yeah, they're all back. But it was one of those things where, like, Season 2, they almost won it all. They should have won it all. It was an unfortunate repick in Game 3 of Finals. They ended up losing to UWO as a result in D4, I think it was. So, and since then, it's just been like, what happens? And it's like, okay, yeah, they're still good, but I'm not sure how much changed. They brought up some new players now. We saw P-Joke, we saw Nakekuyo, Ibade, Marin Kinley. Okay. I can read. Or Marin Kinley. I can read. We'll figure it out. Anyways, New Mexico is weird to rate, just because we really have no intel on them ever. And a lot of it is based on last season, and like, reality is, it's not like New Mexico gets worse, it's that every other team catches up to them. Okay, it'd be really fun. I'm gonna put them over KSU for now, because they're in a really fun range, where Arizona has lost some heavy hitters, but they still practice. KSU is on the come up, but a lot of like questions are still here. And then UNM, it's a matter of like, how good are they still? Can they hang? I think I like them in this range. We'll see how this ends up going. How many teams we have left? So we just got through them. We're halfway through. We're likely gonna be done around like 11 or so. So that's awesome. And then we'll have like an hour to just talk CKL. Talk formats as well. The Gators, Florida. I believe there's a ticket open for them. I'm like 99% sure. Okay, let's go my psych terminology. I'm 95% confident that true value of Florida's roster is within some ticket than CKL. Oh, that's yeah. That's a dump of players. They apparently just have not been able to accept the invites. But so Florida is gonna be fielding a team, and this is fun because obviously Max is also one of the hottest free agents right now in terms of Mario Kart World. So really excited to see where Max ends up going. But Max has been one of those players who's just been really fun to watch, really, and see how they end up growing. They have some different things here. No more Hobby, at least so far. But I don't believe Hobby's on here anymore. Hasn't been here for a while, I think, yeah. Woofle's still very good. I like Woofle a lot. I've actually been pretty high on them in terms of like their skill as a player. Bowser Castle has been one of those players who's actually been surprisingly pretty much up there. Has taken some names, been pretty impressive. So we'll love to see how Florida ends up doing that. DJ Kitty is new. That's an awesome profile pic, by the way. Let me look at that again. And then SV36. I see the links open. I just don't want to open the ticket on stream. Actually, I got an idea. I'm gonna open the ticket on here. Okay, Andy is coming back from Florida. Connor is new. Imagine that was UB Connor, that'd be awesome. Another Connor? Okay. That's hilarious. There's like 2 Connors now on that team. DC 270. Okay, yeah, I do remember that name. Dylan is here. Ethan. Okay, a lot of them are using their actual name, so I'm glad I didn't actually. Yeah, I'm glad I didn't just put this out on stream. Hoyo. Monkey Ninja's back. Okay. I'm excited to see how a lot of these new players ended up doing. I'm so glad I did not end up putting all these names on stream. You'll see them occasionally, but hey, makes my life easy. Where are we putting Florida? I'm looking at RRG, and I'm comparing Florida pretty heavily to them. So UTSA and Florida are like around a similar level, I think, right now. I'm gonna put UTSA. That's in spec element. Oops. Put him over Arizona. Very solid squad. You still have Max there. Max only gets better as well, which is awesome. And it's like a reformed UA in a sense. RG has some momentum their way. And a ton of players. So I think this is real. I think this is accurate for now. This D3 range here is really interesting. Florida's like fighting for that D3. They're probably gonna end up in D4 maybe. But like, it's a case to be had. Yeah, because like D3, D2, D3-ish is like these groups. Maybe Indiana, maybe Florida. The plus-minus gun that goes crazy. Cloud County, I think, is coming up next. The Goda's team. Yeah, I don't think anyone else here has played much since last season. Cloud County was a really interesting team to look at in the past because it was... Shout out Dakota for being in chat, by the way. Hope you're doing good, my guy. Yeah, so this is a fun team. I remember watching them a couple times in like D7, obviously, because I had to follow them because they were one of the teams I DA'd for. Yeah, everyone here is basically roughly the same in terms of what it was. And Dakota obviously still on MKS. Whew. Cloud County, I think, had a lot of potential last season, and I think they just need some experience. Cat Universe graduated. Okay, I was gonna say, there was a couple of names I was really wondering about where they are. A lot of players otherwise I think are the same. I'm looking at this. They might be above Co. I know SXU has practiced a lot. I feel higher on Cloud County than Co, but I think they're roughly around the same. And I think just the extra timing is only beneficial for Cloud County. So we'll see where the Thunderbirds ends up falling up. But I think roughly this is around the progress they're going to be. They're going to be in one of those lower divisions, but that's not a problem at all for them. I think they're going to do very well this season. Excited to see how they end up placing. Let's move on then to the Shell Shockers. Another great name, NMSU, New Mexico State University. The team that's changed quite a bit since what's it called? Since Toffee hasn't been there. There'll be Sparks whatever you're in. That's awesome. I love to see that. As long as the Sparks are purely good intentions and only with the gameplay, and I don't have to deal with like a problem in the tickets, we're great. But anyway, NMSU, A team like you saw Mr. H5. Mr. H5 was such a great player to watch for in like those low divs. Like that was awesome. Tripwise, Pebble, Julian, I am Fortis, Ebola. I'm assuming NMSU has a ticket open. Some new names. Oh my god. That's another revamped squad. Oh, okay. Hmm. This is rough. I think a big thing about NMSU that I have to really wonder is, are any of the returning players coming back? Aside from like Mr. H5, because Mr. H5 was awesome. Great player. But with what feels like an almost entirely new squad, them and Hendrix are very similar in that sense. Hendrix does have more returning names. It's actually gonna feel like NMSU might drop a bit just because of like the uncertainty here. I'm gonna put them under Co for now. That's wild. This could all change based on this roster. Yo, Short, how are you doing, my guy? I'm happy to be back. That's pretty much how I'm feeling. It's been a while. How's the D1 looking? We haven't gotten to all the teams that are left in D1, but I'm looking at these 5 teams for sure. And then, like, some of these teams, a mix of them, probably fight for one spot. And then we'll get to the last teams up in D1. Oh yeah, I was hoping we were gonna end up at Riptide. Yeah, I was there. I ended up TOing Mario Kart this year, so fun experience. It was an absolute blast. Just being able to TO Mario Kart, still commentate Splatoon, have some fun, see some people out there. So hopefully in the future I get to meet you, man. You and a bunch of like the Michigan players I was hoping to meet at some point. I know back when the Big House was still a thing, like the goal I was hoping was like, okay, Mario Kart somehow at the Big House for like, which is like this big Smash tournament. And yeah, Big House ended up not being a thing. So yeah, I could have ended up going there for Splatoon, but then it's like, yeah, Big House no longer. So sad. So maybe if I end up in Michigan, I'll be reaching out. Let's go. Or if I ever had the money to fly you out to like a land in my area, I will. But that involves me getting money, so subscribe. No, I'm kidding, guys. Any subs, any bits, anything like that is very much just a donation. I just give back to wherever it is then. Where was I at? NMSU? Did I finish talking about NMSU? I did, okay, so OWU, I don't know if this team's actually gonna gather. I'll refresh, but I don't believe OWU is going to be a thing. 53! Wait, where, why are we at 53? Oh yeah, Tennessee's the thing now. Eastern Kentucky is like down here again? Okay, we'll get to that. Where were we at? OWU. I could be wrong. I did see Bevon. Yeah, Buena Vista Navy. OWU. I want to say that's Ohio Wesleyan. I probably butchered that, but yeah, it doesn't look like they're gonna be a thing this season. I don't know if there's a ticket for them. Spoiler alert, but ASU will be in my D1 prediction. Let me check where they're gonna be in terms of where they are in terms of like my order, because I still do everything in order of registration. So okay, ASU's kind of coming up. ASU I knew was one of the last teams, so nah, you're good. This D1 is too stacked. No, legitimately. D1 this season's gonna be fun because it's like really close, which is I feel like hasn't been the case in a long time, if ever. Where there's no super team really. Where we have a lot of good teams, great teams, and it's gonna be a fight for the finish there. It's so fun. OWU, so we're putting them here just because I don't know if they'll actually be here. Let's go. Played 8 dogs for the first time today since 4 came out. I've only played 8D like for a total of like 40 minutes. That's a lie, probably like 4 minutes. Okay, let's move on. MSU Racers, Murray State. Kentucky, I believe this is. One of the more fun teams to look at. It's so cool to see this program here. I don't think there's any experience, but to see these new programs still, it's awesome. It's like legitimately one of my favorite things about like going into this stream and like doing any prep I have. There's another short. Oh my god. Which I'm gonna see like one of somehow is like a top player, which would be awesome. But yeah, Murray State, I don't know if there's like any data. So you look at the roster, the registration, it's very new. If there's anyone here even like before the... Okay. I'm gonna check Lounge for this one. See if there's anything here. The Witch. The Witch. Okay. So there's MMR. How far back until we find an event? I saw 7. Okay. Dang, this was around when I was like playing Lounge like for the first time really. Was it? No, this is a year before. Okay, only MMR losses. That's unfortunate, but let's see. So the Witch has some experience. Okay, 46 back in old meta, 62 back in old meta. Dang, that's a rough lobby. Okay, so there's something here for Murray State. Whoever the Witch is, there is some experience on their end. Even if it's Lounge and if it's like 2 events, but hey, something is something. Hey, nice seeing you, Short, even if it's for a little bit. Shout out to all the new teams, by the way. There's actually a lot of them. I'm like, wow, yeah, there's like a string of new teams just coming up. Awesome here. So, MSST. They're going to be a really threatening team, I think, in the lower divs, which is awesome. Just because you have something and they have like an established program. So let's see how they end up doing. Moving on, no, GBR, my bad, Shell Shuckers, my bad. I can't read my own chart. So, it's so exciting to see Nebraska have a second team. UNL team too. And like, I forget if all of them are, how many of them are new, because I know Beefy is been around. I feel like there's a few of these players. Okay, Waddles, that's the other one. Okay. You guys had some interesting results also. I remembered seeing that. I think one of the biggest like pitfalls we've had with seeding this season was just we don't have like the folders like we used to. So I can't just look in that and look in there and I have to like really look. Which is unfortunate, but hey. CKL staff's been busy. We've had a lot to work through. But you got Beefy still. Very good player. Very solid. Waddles as well. Good. Also, Waddle D, my goat. W Waddles. Was it? Maybe at the NIGP. At the NIGP, possibly, yeah. I think I remember, like, following up on that a little bit. The Shell Shuckers are probably one of the most promising Team 2s we've really seen ever. Where are we putting them in eventually? Is this Gabe? I think that's probably Gabe. Also in the... Oh, comparison? That's awesome. If any CKL staff is in my is in chat, I'll have you know the seedings I'm doing on stream are already different from the ones I did originally, so we're gonna have to I'm gonna have to make that adjustment later. Okay, so where are we putting GBR? Ooh, I'm actually pretty torn on where we're putting GBR. I'm looking at like the Kennesaw, New Mexico range. I think to have the continuation of players like Beefy and Waddles kind of helping out. You still have the top players from Nebraska kind of being able to help out as well in terms of like the support. But they beat UA minus Fitchy. I remembered seeing that. Whew. Great question, Bunkermans. True. UA with Fitchy's a different team though. I was thinking KSU, UNM, Wartburg. Like, this is the area I'm putting them in. I'll put them above Wartburg for now and under Kennesaw. I think head to head, I think the big thing is that Wisp is really strong, and being able to take her out is going to be difficult. And I like the momentum there. I think there's a little more experience from the side of KSU than GBR, but in an actual matchup, anything can happen. Similar here, I think Wartburg and GBR are very close. Loads is going to be so fun to watch also. What is this? UWO. Okay, here we go. UWO is also different from what they used to be. Oh my god, guys, I can see the end. I might have mistimed my stream. UWO is so different from what it used to be. You still have boss battles. Volt Switch player, shout out Volt Switch. Great players still in their own right. Alex is captain now. Alex is captain, oh. And you have Acorn, who's been around for a bit. Simpsons, Derposaurus is still here. Derp now. Eugene's back. Ironcraft's back. Ninja Cams is back. RJM? Is RJM new? RJM is new, okay. Simpsons, I did remember seeing that name before. Just not here. The big elephant in the room when it comes to UWL, no more Domi. So I think that's not a player who I can't remember off the top of my head. No, Asian's not playing anymore, it looks like. So it's different from what it used to be. So they're not D2 anymore. They're probably in like that D3 range, I want to say. They have a lot of experience still. They remind me a lot of like Nebraska in a sense. I'm just thinking about that, like UNL Nebraska. They have depth. Do they have more depth to take out Utah then? Probably around the same. I'll put them above Utah, right under UAH. I think they'll have a hard time dealing with Creo, but we'll see. Could be wrong. This seeding is especially probably very off from what we'll figure it out. When does official seeding release? It's gonna be very soon. I can't give you an actual answer, and I feel very bad about that, but I do know it's a general thing from our staff chat where it's like, we're gonna be up tonight trying to make this all work. One of the best things is I think we have a lot of agreeing at this point, where especially like D1 I think is gonna be pretty set, and like the lower divs we have a few players here, a few names who we'll figure it out and we can offer some input. So I think we'll try and get like a preliminary thing like very soon. I don't know how much time we'll have to contest, but those are all things we'll be looking for, so let's see how fast we can really get it to happen. I think the moment like the stream ends, I'm like jumping in call with the rest of the staff, and we're working through seedings. I think people are already working through seedings right now. Like there's another tab which I can't open on stream that wasn't there before, so we'll get to it. Southern Sunshine Racers with a very different color on here than it is on here. This is USF, University of South Florida, who, for legal reasons, are not able to put their name on here, which some programs are like that. To my knowledge, they're all new. I don't think SSR has any returning names. This school gonna hunt them down, yeah. We're at the point where it's like we can't really teach it. Yo, 40k VR, let's go. Tilt, whoa. Whoa. That's kind of wild. This is a setup and a half. Shout out to USF for taking on Florida. Yo, what up, Zay? Story same place Splatoon? Okay, I had a feeling I recognized that someone. Sort of 730 square? Maybe. It might have been. Comet tilt control and the switching from Slim to GLA, that sounds so familiar to me. Oh my god. Well, I think my first ever combo in MKU was Peach Comet. Not tilt control, but I think I used Slim. Because I was like, oh, what's the difference? Like, surely, because I had this like mid-tier mindset in like Smash. But it's like, what's the worst thing that could happen by playing not meta in Mario Kart? No, just play meta. It isn't what I ended up doing. Rosalina City Tripper, Rosalina City Tripper, Baby Luigi Yoshi. Like, yo, okay, what a bike. Shout out Maddie Love. Tucker, yeah, new. So they're all new to Mario Kart. So by extension, SSR will be here. I'm interested to see how they do. Another Florida school is really awesome because, like, who we got? We have UF, we have Florida International. If I'm forgetting another one, I'm so sorry. But I have USF. Let's go. Yeah, all these Florida schools are South Florida too. Like, North Florida just doesn't exist. First combo was Daisy B Dasher, and then involving the Roy Scooty. That's real. You're right. Yeah, Iowa has like the most schools. I've lost track of how many Iowa schools there are, and it's crazy because like historically, like Iowa had a team here. Are they still here? I'm gonna check. It's like the Iowa Karting Co. or something like that, where Iowa was on here. Like, University of Iowa was there. But, like, yeah, 5 schools, 6 teams, I think is about right. Because Buena Vista now has 2. UNI. There's more. I can't remember it. Like that one team that's named after a random college with Marshalltown's Iowa. That's true. Wartburg, Cal. Yeah. A lot of the lower teams. And then you have UNI and Marshalltown. Yeah. Yeah, Iowa's so good. In college Mario Kart, like, what is this? But the people named it football players? Yeah, I guess so. That one team that's named after a random college of people named after football players. So, SSR, interesting team overall, but it's like, we'll make it work. That is crazy. Yeah, they're missing 3 of the 5 biggest schools in the state. 3 of 5 or something like that. It's like, yeah, no Iowa, no Iowa State. I'm trying to think of other Iowa schools before I end up showing my lack of knowledge about the Midwest. I'm so sorry. That makes sense. Drake. Oh yeah, Drake's also from Iowa. Let's move on to UTEP. HB, Honey Badgers. University of Texas, El Paso are returning quite a lot of players by the look of it. Blueski was back here. Boston, I think, is returned. No, Boston's new. El Chino, I believe, is new. El Chino is not. I'm so sorry. I should know this. Like, I was their div admin. Flower Rot is not new. Jenny was. Dave Palpatino, Latino, that's an awesome tag. KC. KC is obviously returning. Mel. Purple Rain, I believe, is returning. Well, yeah, Captain. Mel is new. DePaul did sign up, yes. I think they're a very recent one. Sir Mistake. Gase and Yukio, yeah. Okay, so a lot of returning names. Whoa. Whoa. Excuse me? I didn't realize this one, but UTEP now has a player here who wasn't here before, so that's a big recruit here now. In total, I think we're at 53. 52 minus SSU, probably 51 minus OWU, and then it's really just depending on who else finalizes their roster. Because there's some teams that have just come back out of nowhere. So, UTEP, this is interesting. Adding Yukio is big. Let's see your name history. Let me check what your lounge history is. Oh my gosh, no, I have to look this up. No, I have to figure it out now. I don't really want to. Holy something. Oh yeah, we're at like 50-ish right now, which is wild. Yeah, 53 squads. Probably at like the 51-ish now, so. What are we doing about UTEP? Because adding a player like Yukio is really important now for them. Because I think that'll jump them up. Because UTEP was like, I don't think they made playoffs in D7 last season. D1 Trust. Hey, just put them with Texas State. What's the worst thing that could happen? But, this is interesting, because, like, okay, you have a Galactic player, and it's good, not super overpowered, no. Worse than KSU for sure. Okay, it's similar enough to Cloud County. And I buffed up Cloud County for the experience. I might regret this in a bit. Give me UTEP over Ashland under Wartburg. I think these teams can be interchangeable, though, so I'll revisit that later. But UTEP adding a player, wow, that's really impressive, really important to consider. I'm excited for University of North Carolina, Greensboro. Greensboro? Is it Greensboro? I feel like I should know this. I know it's something like that, but... Okay, it is Greensboro. So, UNCG, the Universals, first of all, phenomenal name. I don't know if that, I guess, if that's like actually like their... No, it's not even like their college team, because they're the Spartans. But the UNCG here, interesting. Now, I used to play against UNCG in Splatoon. I don't know how many of them are still here, considering that was 2022 when I played against them. Idaho got 9 now, let's go. Rick, if you're still here, does UNCG still play? Back when I... yeah, does UNCG still play CCA? Because when I played against them, they were like Barracuda or something like that. UNCG has some teams? Okay. advanced player. Let's go. Oh, I remember this now. Because I remember when I was doing my prep, there was someone who played 100 Point Cup. First of all, that's a tournament. I haven't played it. I didn't play in it. But like, 100 Point Cup, that's something. They ended up being 34th, which was last. I think there was like, I don't know if they ended up finishing the tournament, but I think everyone else is new. But UNCG, like as a whole, is a really interesting program because like they're solid, like as terms of esports. So I'm really curious to see how they end up doing here. Like, what's that one program in Smash that's like recruiting everyone, like Winthrop or something like that? Imagine that here in Mario Kart. That'd be crazy. Yeah, everyone here is new. They have something, so I'm putting them. Do I prioritize? Okay, are we prioritizing 2 lounge events in 2022? Or are we prioritizing 100 Point Cup? I'm prioritizing 2 lounge events. But the Universals, first of all, awesome team name. I am really excited to see where this team goes. Speaking of excited to see where this team goes, I don't know if Anomaly is still here. We're finally getting to Kutztown. Can I ward out well? No, I can't. I'm so sorry, guys. Hey, you are here. Okay, we are now over with Kutztown. The Golden Teddies is a play of words on the Golden Bears, and they finally got their 8th player. I remember seeing that ticket come in earlier. How many... Yeah, we haven't gone to UGA yet. UGA is still... Because I'm going in order, UGA is... 5th to last. So sorry, guys. Kutztown. You know, here's the story. I think I can say it now. There was actually there was a big rumor going around, at least within staff chat, that Kutztown could have had like an insane recruiting haul at the over the summer, where there was talks. Apparently Bapu was considering going back to school. Doc Proc apparently was looking into going to Kutztown, and I was also looking to go into Kutztown. So you could have added like 3 grad students into Kutztown, which would have been crazy because I think the elephant in the room is Kutztown lost a ton of players to graduation. I don't even think I can name them all because I think Bo's gone now, MC's not playing anymore, MC's gone, Anomaly, Sunset are gone, Steepian's not playing as well this season, I believe, so there's probably more, and that's on top of the fact that Technical graduated and didn't play last season. Bapu didn't play last season after graduating in the fall. They lost a lot in terms of roster. They still have some pieces here. You have Ocean, who's now taking over as captain, Riffy, who's now here as well after playing last season, and Riffy's gotten a lot better. Riffy has definitely been one of those big improvements. And then Lego Ball has still been there. And if you're in the know, you know a few of these players. I know Bowser Jr., I know Super Sneaky Sakura. I think Bronze Bus, Mataquak, Michaela. I think those were all new. Yeah, they're all new. Because I didn't recognize any of those. But the rest of them, it's so different from what I'm used to, from what we're used to. Like, man, it's crazy because, like, I think back to OG Kutztown when it was, oh my god, Tech Bapu, and Kutztown D1. And then, like, last season was weird because, like, oh, no Tech, no Bapu. It's like, they're D3, but, like, still great. But now it's... I remember back when I would get beat by KU and MK in Splatoon the same week. That's something. Shout out Kutztown Splatoon, by the way. Golden Barracudas is legitimately like my favorite college team probably ever. Here I am, like at the CCA event at Riptide, like just watching them. Like, yo, I see Kutztown. Let's go Pennsylvania. And like their former captain Lucky. Like Lucky was one of my favorite players ever. I played against them. I played against Golden Barracudas back in Ludi. Funny enough. Anyways, back to Mario Kart. Kutztown is such a hard team to judge because they've lost so much in like one season. They recruited a bit, but a lot of it seemed like, how does everyone step up? Ocean, Rippy are suddenly now like the top options. You have now Sakura and Buster Jr., Lego Ball, who are like really now thrust into that position. So where are we going to put them? It's crazy because it hurts honestly, because like I feel like Kutztown I'm putting lower than I've ever put them. Whew. And I'm looking at like this range. I'm legitimately looking at this range for Kutztown, where I want them in this like group here. They have some depth, they have some experience, but what I'm looking for is a big step up. Lego Ball, I think, is going to be having a breakout season. I'm looking for like some big steps up from their players. I'm looking for a new core to develop, and I'm waiting for something to happen. Like if Steeping was still here, it would be a very different story. But in terms of playing, it's just so rough. I'm gonna have such a hard time with Kutztown, like just looking at this roster. So I might come back to it, and I think the bias is gonna kick in. Gonna put him over Kennesaw for now, right under UNM. This might change very shortly. Golden Teddies are solid. I'm projecting D4, D5, depending on how this all shapes up. Because there's a few more teams I have to really get to now. Let's move the thing. Shout out for the calming Sticker Brush Symphony while I go through the internal stuff here. Feels weird not playing in an MK8 league this fall. I don't blame you. I can imagine how weird this is. For the players who have been here for like since the first season and then finally graduated, it's wild. Maybe I'll just convince all my like grad class people, like, hey, I'm gonna make you all like play Mario Kart now. Well, on our off days. We'll see how that works. Anyways, Oklahoma White. Oh, space. KW. Okay. W. Led now by that big brown boy. DBBB might go from Team Royal in original Momocon Sky League, which I'm not allowed to talk about, but we're talking about anyway. That big brown boy, like, actually playing here, like, kind of leading now is awesome. I'm so excited to see what happens here, because with the rest of Oklahoma, I think they're new. There might be, like, a couple ones who are, like, on the bench in the past, but, yeah, Dragon Artist, Evolution, new, Ghostly new, Sabertooth new. Wow, it's all new. It's all new, okay. All new. They had the Oklahoma support system and the kind of coaching from there. That big brown boy has some experience, but hasn't really played actively. Ooh. Lower than UTEP. I'm gonna put them here. They're like tied with Cobb County. Yeah, this list has gone on differently from what I envisioned it was gonna be. We're gonna put them under Cobb County. Cobb County has more experience. That's really what's gonna come down to. Oklahoma White is solid, but I need to see like results. I need to see like potential and growth here. We're almost there, guys. Almost to the last set of teams. The Vandals, the Idaho. One of my favorite teams ever. That season 3 run from Idaho is probably a top 10 team for me as well. I think I had like 4 teams I mentioned in my top 10. Which other teams are in my top 10 as I talk about Idaho? Probably Kutztown season 4. I think that was also one of my favorite teams ever. Anyways, the Vandals have gotten so much better, I think. AFK, first of all, my goat. Playing now on Volt Switch for World, Lumina Crash for 8DX. Big G is new. Dare was a great player. Shasta was good. Hood Live was an awesome player as well. Oh, okay, you're on that team now. Okay, he went from Lumina Crash to Neko. Lightning Luster was solid. Lindor, Spudnik is returning. Stupid Zombie, I think, is new. Yeah. Lightning Luster, I figured was new. Lindor, okay, is back. Spudnik. I thought Spudnik was around for a while now. I guess I was wrong on that. Okay, here's the problem. I'm running out of content, guys. I still have an hour and a half. What am I doing? Okay, Idaho is solid. This is a team with they've had some decent results. There's potential here. They've been on the come up. I like them with RRG. There's some history with those two teams as well. I'm gonna put them right under them. Very good group overall. I think there's some potential and some depth. Low key, you could argue them like higher. Like I could see them like kind of making a case against Utah. I think RRG has their number though, but UI very good, very solid. Liking to see that from them. Yeah, if you're a Vandal fan, if you're an Idaho fan, definitely be on lookout here. We are in the 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Last 11 teams. Then we have like an hour just to talk, just to chat. Roughly. Oh no, I shouldn't have made this into the deadline. Hey, what'd I do for the guys? The Sun Devils. Okay, let's not kid around. Arizona State. D1. Obviously, look at this roster. Even if they're not all playing World or not all playing 8DX anymore, what is this? Just look at this. You got Slick, Cook, Cairo, and KU. Drugels, part of Shy Guys Rowing Club now in World, but Lumina Crash in terms of 8DX. Drugels is insane now as well, and you still have some good names. Bonanza. I remember Bonanza from PH. DJI was solid. Yeah, Lumina Crash. This is a deep team. Oh my gosh. I'm just looking at it more in depth. And ASU has that. Like, legitimately. A lot of depth here from the side of them. Oh my god, their first name. Yeah, this is a fun team. Arizona State, there's no argument now. They're D1. They're definitely D1. It's just where do you put them in D1? We'll get to the order of everything later, but I don't necessarily think that's their sixth. I think I could see him as high as fourth. I think there's just so much depth on this team. Like, sure, they'll get counterpicked with bikes and with anti-bike maps and whatnot, but like, Arizona State is so good, so strong, and their driving is phenomenal. Low key, they're a contender to like win it all. They legitimately are a contender. Like, they could just straight up win everything. Like, they're in this like contending range of like these top 6, and I would love to just see it happen potentially. So let's say, hey Gorge, you gotta do what you gotta do against ASU. That's real. That's real. I'm going. Let's not butcher this. Missouri Southern State University, MSSU Lions. Another new team. To my knowledge. Yeah, Charlie's new. Chloe Rat's new. Gerardo Martinez new. This is clearly an Arizona State player who is alting. I don't know who it could be, but I guess one of them is also decided to play for Missouri Southern State because no one would question it. They even have the Norway flag to like throw us off. Great player. Here I'm thinking. Oh, that's awesome. Most of Lion 2, most of Lion 3. Spider-Man. I was hoping this would also be Spider-Man. Okay, I love how it's also just like people with like actual Discords too. Woshi X Woshi, that's a name. This is a phenomenal name. Oh my god, their name was Woshi X Woshi X2 beforehand. So, new team, we really don't know anything here. They're all registered very close to the deadline, so... Is it Mosu? Or is it MSSU? Moso, wow. Moso. Interesting squad. I'm trying to think. Have we had a Missouri team before? Because it's not like we've had Missouri or Mizzou. So, it might be it. I'll have to check. John Brown. With one of the more interesting runs in the last few seasons, John Brown Drifters are coming back. I want to say it's an Arkansas school. I'm looking and I think these are very familiar players. Andra's new. Decenari is back. Koroveth is back. Roaring Lion, I want to say, is a return. The Hawk, I want to say, is a return. I recognize Water Zarth is new. Okay. Why is my phone blowing up? Shout out Moravian. Okay, Moravian's blowing up my phone. JBD, so... Where are we putting you? Well... It was kind of close against Wartburg. And they had certainly some run in terms of playoffs and all that. There were a few things in D7 which last season I was not super keen on, and it was some of the things John Brown was involved with, but it happens. Not completely, not their fault entirely. There was some stuff there with, if you know, you know. I really rather not get into it. I like him better than SFU. I like him better than NMSU. Low key, I like him better than CC and OKW. John Brown has improved a lot. I think SXU might be better now because they have more resources in terms of coaching. So I'm gonna put the Drifters here. JBD, JBU. Okay, I had a feeling it would be JBU, but I put JBD because of their team name. John Brown. Let's move in there. Tamu, Texas A&M. If you're aware, not completed their entire roster. Doesn't have all the best players you could have here at Texas A&M, but I will leave it at that. Dusty Wolf is returning. A lot of new names. Teen Tycoon, I do remember. Oh, Snowman Soldiers. I do remember that. Oh, yeah. Hot Microwaves, Tech Quiz, Zephyr. Shout out MKS having Hot Microwaves here. Tech Whiz, nowhere. Zephyr, no. Zephyr's new. Okay. Tamu's better than they were last season. Having some more experience over across the board is going to help. They had a very rough season last time in the spring, but times change. Low key, I have him in this like UTEP territory. I selfishly want like UTEP and Tamu in the same tier, or like the same range. So I'm gonna put them over Ashland. I'm debating that move already. Because Ashland, Tamu's better, gone better. At least more visibly better, I think. Ashland did head-to-head and has to grow. I'm gonna give it the nod to Ashland for now. But we might change stuff around in terms of my seedings. Tamu right there then. That's the thing. Yeah, I remember you spent half the season playing 5v6. I remember seeing the record. I'm like, whoa, really? Tamu came me here, Texas A&M down here? I don't know about that, but hey, new season. Gathering is half the battle for some of these teams, so that's just how it is. Hoping the best though for Texas A&M going forward. Okay, so here's the thing. Morgan State had to nuke the team in terms of MKC. So this is not at all what their roster actually is. They were actually much higher up originally. And then they had to change some stuff around, so they had to restart, which has been rough to see. But at least for our end, I think they're going to be fine. They should be eligible. But the reality is, Morgan State is very competitive this season. So, you have Zeg back, great. Mega was one of those players who were really coming up. Nitro is returning, and then there was this player like Black Mario, I believe, who is really good, like on par with Nitro. And that's a squad. That is an insane squad where you have that kind of core four for Morgan, and it's a threatening team. I think the consensus is D2 for them. I like them a lot. I have them over like Maryland. Who would have thunk it? At this point, I have them over Maryland. I think they're better than Michigan State. I'm really high on Morgan because like when Morgan clicks, everything falls into place, and that's such a threatening team. It's just can everything click? That's because that's never a guarantee with Morgan State. Okay, so we are MSU now. I will still remember them as Mosu. Because like you look at some of these Morgan results, and it's really interesting. Yeah, it's lost 2 of the 5 of the 7, but found like someone arguably better than Nitro, which is wild. Yeah, Miss and Mosu are pretty equal. Yeah, that's roughly what I would say. Like, I would probably put like Mist, Michigan State, and Morgan State very similar. My bad. I hope they should fall in the same division. Because, yeah, they're rough. They're pretty much the same. Maryland has gotten worse, but Maryland's still very good. Indiana is good on paper. It's can they put the pieces together? And we'll see. We'll see. Things will fall into place, because I think this actually works out nicely. Someone arguably better than Nitro to already have that. To add like a third or fourth player like that is just so insane. We're running out of room. The Speed Demons. Who goes winless this season? Oh my god. That was certainly a season. I do think you guys both fare better this time around, so hoping this season, hoping the best for you guys, both of you guys. It's hard. I really want to root for so many teams here, but it's like when we look at the ending product of D2, that's gonna be rough. DePaul. If you know, you know. But the Balls has just also they're a team. They were very good in bottom div in D7. I think they could have won it all had something that happened, but they're very solid. I'm trying to see who's all back. Gray Eclipse has returned. Its bus is back here. Some new names. A lot of the ones I clicked on have already been new. Low IQ is new? No, Low IQ is there. I was such a fraud that I can't remember these players. I remember Starstruck, I remember the Duke, I remember Weiser Cupid. Supernova. Oh, I do remember this name because I remember thinking this was like the funniest thing ever and like seeing Soup. DePaul. Here's the thing. They played MKU, I believe. It's so funny. It's like, yo, like we really just had we had the final season we still had a college team. Like that's so funny to me. Where are we putting DePaul now? They've gotten better in the sense that there's more experience. I think they beat JBU. Have they been able to play? I think they're better than a couple of these teams here. I put them really similar to Ashland. If DePaul can play, I think they're better than at least St. Xavier. St. Xavier will put up a better fight against DePaul than they used to. But it's still very interesting here. Not the Trauma Center music coming through. This game was such a nightmare to play for me because I was like so bad at it. We had the surgery music coming on as we talk about UGA. That is wild. This is one of the most fun rosters you are ever going to see. Like, I am so high on UGA, like, as a program. I love what they're doing here. The question is, do they gather? And I think that's really just what it comes down to, as sad as it is. Because, like, when UGA gathers, they are such a good team. And we have completely avoided the fact that they have got my GOAT, Green JC12, now here. I remember there was this era in the Buzz Only Friends Grounded server where everyone was just like, inserts title location. So like I was Mr. Philippines, and then you had some Mr. New York's angle was Mr. Puerto Rico, Baja Miss New Jersey, Sunset was like Miss Green Hill Zone, and like those kinds of things pretty much. And it was Griffey, Mr. Pennsylvania. And like you saw like all those like things there. And I saw Green change this to Mr. Georgia. And I was like, pardon? You're not from Alabama? And I learned out when Green was from Georgia. So I saw that and I'm like, oh man, that's crazy. I didn't think that after meeting Green at MomoCon and then seeing everyone there. I did not think I was gonna see Green over on UGA. Ever. So look at this lineup. If this gathers, you have Dynamo, Green, Luxie, Spoon, Ray, and like any of these other names are really good still. If they gather, if they actually play. Because like the fall especially is so rough for Georgia. And it's hard because like we have to seed based on the roster and not based on like other factors, because UGA with this team, one thing they have, especially with the adjusted, like with a lot of teams in the upper echelon losing some players, like sure they lost Taka, who is now back in Japan, but Green I feel like fits a lot better with what UGA has. And while also bringing that kind of driving expertise over to them. See, this is the thing. This happens all the time with Georgia. Something happens that just makes it rough for them to gather, or they're just like, by the time CKL is starting, they're in like hell. August 13th 's wild. I started the day after Labor Day, which is, and then the quarter system school. That's a whole nother story. But I'm putting UGA here. The Bulldozers are still a phenomenal team. In fact, Low key, I think we have a top 7. Of course, Creo. Shout out Creo. But like, how do we not glaze Green JC12? I think Georgia has a better shot at winning D1 on paper than a lot of other schools, than a lot of other people will think. It's just a matter of do they gather? Because that's the truth of it. Because it's like, oh, hold on. Oh, now I have to. Hold on, let me adjust a few things. If Georgia gathers, they are legitimately a contender for this. I'm like, what is this D1? This D1 is horrifying. Whoever is in this last spot, like, what is this? No, seriously, I'm gonna be like, I was talking about how sad I am that the Kutztown core is gone. When the Georgia core is gone, that's gonna hit. That's gonna hit so hard because, like, dang, that team's been around forever now. And it's like, I'm getting nostalgic. Like, it's only been 2 years, really. We're going into our 3rd year of this, as like in 6v6. But to see some of these programs, like, wow, it's very different now. Like, to see Kutztown not the same anymore, UCSD is not the same anymore, UCLA is very different. Yo, let's go, Ray, getting the Masters here. It's just so wild to see all of this now. But yeah, Georgia, if they gather, they're legitimately in that like top tier of teams, which is awesome. Let's move on, but first off, we have to go down here, go to the last of the teams, which has also now added T. Stake Sets program. I will say, Rutgers Camden, unapologetic plug. The psych program's very good here, and there's a big influence on stats too, or a big emphasis on statistics. College alumni carding week drop. You know, honestly, sooner than we think. So EKU is next up because they were on here before. This is a fun team. Please tell me they will have 8 in the next hour 20. Because if this was a good team, they were deceptively strong in their division. They just had a quiet season. W anxiety soundtrack selection, right? Yeah, Mel Bell's back here. Toaster Oven's back. Oh god, this is yeah, I'm like down to the last few teams and this is really it. The legendary is Tennessee, who just showed up at the end. Keen's back. Please tell me that Eastern Kentucky is going to come back. So, because if they do, this group was so underrated. Like, legitimately underrated. I have I'm looking at this range. I think they're better than GBR. That's a stretch, maybe. But I really liked EKU last season. Like, when you watch EKU, that was a whoa. They played so well, like, for what they were at the time. So it's like, if they can do that again, they only get better. You never know. It's a shame, because, like, imagine they merged, like, Alice Lloyd College, and that would just be, like, kind of wild. But we'll see. When the PayPal payment comes through. I trust you on that, then. You know, low-key, we'll get back to my adjustments, because one of the big things I'm actually going to do is I'm actually bumping up Wartburg a lot more than I thought I was going to. Yeah, this is my first adjustment I'm gonna do for now. I'm actually liking Warper Co-op more than I'm thinking. This might change. They might go up even more. What's up, Lewis and Clark? Yeah, it's all good. Hope you're doing good, my guy. By the way, I am very partial to my teams in D7 from last season, seeing how they go. Am I going to bump up Wartburg even farther up because of, hey, I want to see these teams do well? Maybe. Maybe. We'll get to that point later. So we just wrapped up EKU. Buena Vista. Real interesting stuff here. Hold on, I have to check. Is my playlist like it's on shuffle? I don't remember this being on my playlist, but hey, I'm not complaining. EVU Gold. So first of all, it was wild when I saw Buena Vista get 2 teams. I saw they had 16 players, so I'm like, whoa, look at Buena Vista go. And then you see this, shout out River in chat. I saw BBU have another team, and I'm like, that's awesome. Like, you don't see like the lower division teams really do this, and it's like, of course it's an Iowa team again that does this, and like, wow. So BBU Gold and BBU Navy, real excited to see it. I remember, yeah, that's how I found out about it too, about when I was watching your stream, like, whoa. Buena Vista? Since when? And they have returned some great players. Dead Zone is back. X, I'm pretty sure has a... No, X is new, okay. NC, legendary player. Oh my gosh. Like, legendary player in CKL. And like in high school as well, I believe. General Forearms, very solid. Jaden, Joseph, I think Mini Stewie I remember. And I remember Parker. Joseph, okay. But yeah, back on the OG BBU. Mini Stewie, I think I remember. Yeah, I do remember Mini Stewie. General Forearms, your goat. So real. BBU. That might be a take. Putting them right under EKU. They might be above EKU. The head-to-head will get me though. BVG. Buena Vista Gold. Just the how's it going? We're almost done with seedings, which is a problem because I say I'm going to stream until deadline. We haven't really had any like crazy developments. I need someone that makes some drama happen. Bro, that'd be wild. I don't have 8 Deluxe with me because otherwise I would. Yo, Loki, I could like can up for a war at OO. That's how I get my like hours in. I haven't played. I'm so bad at World right now. Like I haven't played in 3 weeks. I dropped a 35 in my first war back in like a month, and I'm like, my bad. I'm so sorry. Navy. Is Navy all new? Or is there some... I think I recognize a couple of these names, but I'll have to see. Shout out the Chief. That is a name of all time. Obi Star, I want to say, is a returning player. Bean was back. Clark is new. Chief is new. Hikari new. Husker Heaven is not new, but they've been around. Can I see... Husker? Oh dang. Is this like the same one? Because that'd be funny. No, this is just someone like that. Okay. Someone does not like Nebraska, I guess. M-Dog, new. Obi Star, yep, is a vet. Star is new. So, I wouldn't put him bottom. There is some experience here. The second team buff as well. Do you put him over Hendrix? Is the question, I think. Because I think they're probably lower than SFU. Hendrix is interesting. I'll put them under Hendrix for now. It's B1. My bad. I like what they're doing. Screw that IO. Oh my god. Okay, I could just pivot to like something great. Okay, it is just the Pokemon soundtrack now. Cool. Not complaining. I was about to say like, you want to just watch you do like random battles on Showdown? I haven't done that in like a long time. But hey, I'll do it on stream. It doesn't stop hitting. No, it's like beat like Gen 5 OST especially is like insanely good. Tennessee! Is this happening? Is this like actually real? Because if it's real, this is gonna make me have some questions for like the rest of the stream. 1600. That'd be hype. That'd be hype. Yo, low key, Lil Bob, I applied to be like a Pokemon professor, which is like the people who run like the tournaments and all that, like VGC and TCG. So now I'm technically a professor. That's crazy. I could actually like go to like regionals and like other events and do stuff. Where's FIU currently seated? You are in the purgatory known as there are 4 teams who I could realistically see in D1. Okay, they're the one merging with ETSU. That's right. This is a problem. Okay. Here's the problem here. Because I really like some of these divs. And that, like, this was perfect, I think, up until, okay, what the hell is happening down here? We'll figure it out. Actually, how many teams do I have? 53. Who am I missing? I know Tennessee, duh, but like, no, that's some. We have 51. Where did RIT end up? Right now, I'm currently slotting you D2. I don't see you guys moving out of D2. We're approaching this last hour, guys. Still having to figure some stuff out, and I have to work through this mess. And I still have Tennessee. UT plus ETSU. I have to see where this goes, because you'll have Ghost, you'll have Panda Master. I don't know if ETSU is bringing anyone back, or bringing anyone really. Is Hammer Bro playing? I actually have to. I'm gonna find this ticket. Like, who else is on here? There's so many tickets open. I'm so sorry. I gotta actually like be part of this now. Okay, hold on. 12 points in 10 minutes. Okay, hold on. I am looking at the tickets off stream, so I don't end up like exposing that. Okay, so we're back to like Persona music now. It's weird. I had like a lot of music set up. Where did it go? I don't know what happened. Oh well. Okay, so Jelly Horse. Oh, interesting results. That actually is some interesting stuff here. Interesting stuff for World, so. Hammer Bros back, okay. Harms. Oh, Selena, wow. Okay. Oh yeah, duh. That's his player. Duh. Oh man, Tennessee's interesting. So Tennessee is like for certain in the like D2 range, I think. Give me a second. I'm gonna look at some stuff just to see what's coming up. I'll figure this out. Tennessee's a really interesting team to seed because they're in this D2 range, which means someone has to move down. Maryland might actually move down because I think Michigan State and Morgan are better than Maryland now. And that puts Indiana and also in a rough spot where they had a case for D2. I'll have to look at this because I think we're gonna have to look at the seeds again. Oh yeah, SSU dropped. That's why I didn't see them. Because let me just put SSU here because so I don't get confused. We'll have to see what ends up happening with them. Okay, so tentatively, I guess we are putting UT here, and that will be the last team seeded, unless there's a new team. Wait, that's a new team. Who? Who? What? Since when? Yeah, you can tell I haven't been able to see what's been happening, cause like, what is this? Who? Instant ramen team, like, seriously. They weren't there. What? Fredonia? Like, okay, I am looking up this school, cause like, out of nowhere, like, who? Fredonia State? Okay. Oh my god, I do remember this school. Oh, I saw this ticket come up during the stream, I'm pretty sure. This is a SUNY school, so State University of New York. Where is it? Okay, where is it? I saw it. I just saw it. Yeah, I did see this ticket just come through. And it was just like a matter of like actually getting them in. And shout out staff. Like, shout out Top Hat Sales of Bob. I think that was like Ted probably also too. Yeah, Ted was also there. Shout out to like the staff that was making this team happen. Like actually through. So we have a New York team. Yeah. SUNY Fredonia. It's crazy because I knew there was gonna be another team of that. Do I know when the official final seedings will be released? No. I remember there was plans about like working on them tonight. So we're probably gonna be up in the wee hours, like actually working on this. I have to get up like fairly early because after this, but it's like, yeah, pulling up the Wikipedia on the seeding stream is both crazy and basic. Yeah. I think it actually is 53 now, because here's the thing, SSU is not happening, OWU I am doubtful, I have to check how many teams are left, so we have 51, I think we're probably at like 52-ish. Fredonia is wild. Are they all new? I'm so sorry that a lot of them are having their like full name on here too. But I'm almost certain they're all like new. I'm gonna be quick with this one. Yeah, okay, so they're all new. This is wild. To see, okay, so they're in this range. We have to fix this, but wait, that actually could work. But we'll see. Wait, this actually kind of works. Is there like 6 brand new teams almost? Oh my god. That almost works, actually. Just put it right here. Fred. 7 divs-ish is probably the best way to put it. I don't remember exactly if we're going to do like any different sizes. I think it works out nicely that we don't have to for the most part. We'll have to reevaluate the 12 teams here. There is a 12-team div sheet that I'd rather not do, and you could do 6-6. So we're at 54 officially. We're still at 54. Okay, so we're at 54, but then subtract SSU, who is guaranteed out, and OWU, who is projecting not making it. If I see OWU has like more than 8 now somehow, after having 1, I'm going to lose my mind. Hopefully, I hope we can get Alice Lloyd going. I thought you were gonna pull it off. Okay, OWU still has 1. OWU, so it's 52 basically. It's effectively 52. Let me put okay, we're back to this playlist just shuffled again. The Fredonia Blue Devils. How is NMSU? They're at 7. NMSU, it's like NMSU had a roster revamp. That's like the big thing that I saw. There's not a lot of returning members, which was surprising. So I guess a lot of them just don't play anymore and or have graduated. But it's new player. New player. Mr. H5 is returning, but it might just be like... Okay, yeah, sure. Savage. It's like just Savage Dog and H5. The rest of the team is like brand new. Just wild. NMSU, I think I probably actually bump higher. Okay, let me adjust this because I do want to have the from Concord, California, the Blue Devils. What div was Tennessee in? I want to say it was like 3. I could be wrong. My bad, guys. There were 2? Okay. Because I remember there was a case for them to be D. Get it? Yeah. I'm glad someone understands the Blue Devils reference. Back when I was a marching band tech, I was not. Oh my god, what am I? Back when I was a marching band tech, there was this kid who was tuba. He ended up becoming drum major, and then he ended up becoming drum major of the Blue Devils. So that was awesome. So he was drum major this past season for them. So it's like, wow, I know that kid. I used to teach him. So the Blue Devils are here now. So shout out, Fred. Phantom guy, but boom, Crusaders had an insane season. Okay. Surely there's not another new team just randomly. Okay, we're at 54 with 57 minutes to go. I am stalking the tickets to see if anything else happens. On my radar, Penn State was trying to make a team. They had 3. I don't think they're gonna make it work. I don't think they're merging with anyone else though either. Moravian is not happening. They have 1, pretty much. I know the other Pennsylvania team. They were supposed to be at IUP, that's Indiana University, Pennsylvania, and pick Greensburg, and that didn't happen. So I'm looking through the tickets now. Is PSU maybe merging with Pitt? Okay. That would change things a bit. PSU Pitt was still falling in, like, here. Someone knows ball. Closing argument especially. No, I think Great Ace Attorney is probably, like... I think it was just a lot of the recency bias when I first played it, but it was, like, it's possibly my favorite game. Like, yeah. It's the jury minigame thing. Like, I heard this for the first time and I lost my mind. I was like, this is so fun. Loved it so much. Yeah, Morbius graduated. And they're at... I think they're at IUP now? But I don't remember for sure. That's so real. Ace Attorney franchise top 5. It's like, yeah, I was banking so much on Ace Attorney something for the Direct today, and I was so sad I didn't get it. It's been 9 years. It's like a last, like, mainline release. Okay, so... Let me check. I have to now go in and see, like, if everyone has it in. Okay, so SFU will have enough. Oh, yeah, Danganronpa 6. I've heard, yeah, that's hype too. Yo, really? We got second direct confirmed for Air Riders? That's hype. Well, okay, guys, if Air Riders might take me away from Mario Kart. I also tell people if Mario Baseball gets a 9v9, I'm leaving Mario Kart. Maybe as a joke, but hey, I would... Give me Mario Baseball, please. What are we doing? A second direct has hit the internet. If I get in... Seriously, guys, if... I think that's the bulk of seeding. So now it's like, actually, there's a few things we gotta deal with. 1, I have 12 teams in this category, so we could just split them 6 and 6. And I had to figure this out. Okay, Cloud. How many teams are experienced? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6? I guess. Yo, you'll play left for me? That's gonna be hype. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. I guess. Mostly new team. New team. New team minus, I think, 2 lounge events. New team minus 100-point cup. A new team. New team. Like, straight up new team. New team. I don't know if we're actually doing this. Oh, hello, Trauma Center, second opinion. I have to look at what the rest of us are doing in terms of, like, divisions, because I don't remember. I did not see that between them and SXU. Let me... How soon was this? Because I remember they played much closer than they used to. Because in the past, Wartburg cooked SXU. But I know SXU has gotten a lot better lately. I think they're relatively close, but I'm also really high on Wartburg this season. I can't find scrum results. What am I doing? There it is. Oh, yay. Thank you, guys. But I saw yesterday. Okay. Oh, Murray State has a scrum. Okay. Let me look at this quickly. It doesn't tell me much, especially with allies here. Hell, allies on here. Interesting. Oh, yeah, I did remember this one. It does change things. Who's the card has something to say but can't log in? That's a shame. Yo, he was in chat earlier. I do remember that. Yeah, SXU is probably going up higher than, but it's like Wartburg I think is still high. Yeah, SXU, what am I doing? It's one of those seeding win in division things. I feel like I don't know if SXU has enough to break through into D4. Hold on, but just let me make sure I have these right. It's D1, D2, D3, D4, D5, D6. I guess D7? Hypothetically, this is not like real yet. Do not take anything I say as like truth. Please. Because I knew, yeah, no Bebop for SXU. I have the seed within divisions, but I don't know if SXU moves up enough to go into D4. So I'm really high in EKU this season. I think Kennesaw is a lot better than they used to be. Kutztown I want to keep here, but I could be convinced. Okay, 15 minutes. Surely we still have 54 teams. Before I just go like, oh, honey, I'm like, hello. Rutgers. Rod. Which one will we be? I like the darker red. I like that one. Nah. Red 2? Oh, I like that actually. Red 2 I think actually works best. No, I'm not doing it. Not doing it. 5 minutes, I would get 14 more teams, trust. Low key, I think so. Okay, so let's go through the big questions. Who the hell is the last team in D1? The thing is, I feel a lot of these teams are really good, will be really good in D2. I remember hearing an argument as well where it's like, okay, we can do 6 teams D1, and then we'll figure it out here, because you could argue maybe this is a div, maybe, but, like the same way, I feel like UGA is also a tier above. UGA that gathers is still better than the rest of these teams. I would agree, Pizza King. I think I'm going to keep 405 here. I think the main thing I'm going to lean into is that they are a merged program. So as a result, I think I'm going to give them the benefit of the doubt here. RT just get 4 more Iowa teams. Could you imagine? We really could just get more Iowa teams. I wouldn't even be complaining. Low-key, can we not have any more teams sign up? Unless I either need 4 more teams or like no more teams. So it's like even. Like this is kind of just nice. We at least have like even numbers that I can work with. So if I see like another school sign up, I'm gonna be like, please just don't. Please don't. Okay, guys, still 54. Still 54. Iowa State, Drake, Iowa Community College, Kirkwood, and Waldorf. Oh my god. Yeah, I'll keep 405 here. We can seed D1. This might be a take, but I'm really high. I'm keeping this top 3. I like Waterloo a lot this season. I think Michigan is just solid and consistent, and I think they're like team 2, especially after winning last season. I think they're more than ready to make a big jump as well and fill some spots. UNI is top to bottom, arguably the deepest team in D1 in terms of that like top 6. So can't count them out at all. I think if you're gonna pick like a favorites, I think it's these 3. Oh my god. Low key, I think if UNI wins it all, I think here's a hot take. I think Archie is finals MVP. I think Archie just wins finals MVP as well. If we're going seed 4, 5, 6. I think UGA will still be 7. I want the consistency ASU has, and then I will move BU, Texas State. But I like Arizona State a lot. I think they are a matchup problem, and that's really when it will be an issue. But I think this is probably going to be my top 8. I would imagine, yeah, Pack God. How many Iowa teams are there? I believe it's 6 teams from 5 schools. Which is wild. Because we have UNI, Marshalltown, Buena Vista times 2. And now I have to remember Co. And then there's one more. I feel bad, I can't remember. I feel like it's Wartburg, but I could be wrong on that. Because there's a lot of like teams there. Wartburg, okay, it is Wartburg. Phew. I know my states, kind of. Okay, I did this, US states. It was like a interactive map thing. I did this last time, like, at the end. Not on stream, but I am so interested now. How many states do we have represented here? Okay, this is annoying. Sorry, guys. We're not seeing them all. Hi, all states. Can I, like, not get this ad? This period. No way, SUNY Fredonia has a team. Let's go. Yeah, they just signed up. Okay, how many teams? Okay, Iowa definitely has a team. Okay, let's go from here. Massachusetts has a team. New York's got a team. New Jersey is not represented this season, I believe. Right? I need to get the ad block together. I haven't gone... new computer, that's also why. So, I haven't gotten to that yet. PA has a team. Maryland has a team. DC? Are we in DC? Okay, let's get the ones I will definitely know. Michigan? Duh. Texas? Duh. California? Duh. Florida? Georgia? North Carolina? Kentucky's got a team. Tennessee has a program. Alabama's not... Well, we don't have University of Alabama. We have Alabama Huntsville. Thank you, guys. Oklahoma. Nebraska. Arizona. New Mexico. Utah. Idaho. Missouri. John Brown, I think, is Arkansas? I could be wrong on that. I have to be careful also. It's like I can't reveal what else I did. Indiana, true. John Brown's Arkansas. Indiana, Illinois, Ohio? Yeah, Ashland. Wisconsin here? Illinois State, yeah. We have Minnesota. Okay, hold on. Sorry, guys. Trying to remember what else we got here. Who else do we have? Oh, shout out Ontario. Yeah, no Milwaukee. Accounted for. I know Shadow is focused on World, and I don't really think anyone else in Milwaukee plays anymore. Shout out to teams in Ontario. Did I hit North Carolina? I hit North Carolina, but I was thinking of Greensboro and not NC State. That is wild. RG, Idaho, Florida, Arizona, Fort Bragg, Mexico, Kutztown, Kennesaw, Kentucky, Buena Vista, GBR. I think that's the bulk of it. DePaul is in like Illinois, I believe. Yeah, Chicago. Cow is there, also there. Hendrix, I actually have to check. Arkansas, okay. Bridget to Alaska. Minnesota. You know, Virginia. I'm trying to think, like, it's weird because, like, we had NJ briefly. Nebraska doesn't exist. We did have New Jersey last season in the East merger, and then we just don't talk about what happened. DC, we've come close. Did the Dakotas have any teams? Not in CKL, but the Dakotas have like a pretty prominent high school league, I believe. We have Dakota in Cloud County, but we don't have North Dakota or South Dakota. Give me a second on that, because I have to... Okay, give me a second on that. Okay. I know what we're doing, but I have to configure my OBS real quick. Let me move this. Because I don't want to reveal everything there, and I have to get the team list as well. Ignore how scuffed this is gonna look, guys, but it's something. Hey, it doesn't have to look pretty. Can I even interact with this? It's so sad. Hello, Wisp. How are you doing? Yo, I think that is so depressing. You know what? We are doing this the old-fashioned way. Where is my display capture or my window capture? W Music, real. No, Engage the Enemy is so good. The Definitive Edition also is like... This one especially actually got upgraded. Because I know not all of them did. They're like, You Will Know Our Names, I think, is better in the original. anything else I'm missing? We used to have I feel like Mississippi we don't have. South Carolina we've never had. New Jersey we used to. We never hit like this area, but there's not a lot of schools up here either. Rhode Island or Connecticut? I don't think we've hit before. Is there a way you can like change the colors? No. Oh no, 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 no. Oh my god. Sorry. Undo coloring with. Keep scrolling. Marshalltown, Arizona. Where would it SSU? Which SSU was that? Because I can't remember honestly. Sonoma State? Okay, Cali. Why am I getting... I got sent a video? Not on... Okay, on text. TikTok, what the heck? Okay, so... Yeah, there's no new ones here to my knowledge. Surely there's not a 50-50 team. Okay, yeah, we're still at 54. 35 minutes. Okay, back to seatings real quick. And now back to fixing my OBS thing. So D1 I feel is set. D2, let's look at seedings here. Wow. There actually isn't much I would change. FIU over UCSD, I feel like this is arguable. We can debate this either way. I'm going to give FIU the nod, even if they lost a couple of big names here. I still think they're D2. Oklahoma, I think D2 still. RIT and like UCSD are like playing like right now, I think, if I remember right. So there's that to consider. Montgomery County. Yo, what up, my guy? It's been a while. How you been? I haven't streamed in like... When was the last time I streamed? 7 months? So, hope you're doing good, man. Hope the PhD stuff's going well for you, too. Montgomery County is in PA. That is true. It is in PA. I'm close to Montgomery County now, but now I'm in Philly County or Philadelphia County, so that's how it is. That's just how it is. Who else here? Marshall County, Morgan State, Michigan State, Tennessee. Okay, so that's all fine and dandy. Maryland, okay, D3. Maryland and D3 just sounds wrong, but I don't know if they're better than the other teams up here. Like, if you really want to put them over Michigan State, I guess you could, but I really like Mist here. I like Morgan here. And I like Tennessee here. Marshall, the town is competitive enough. I know there was arguments for this and this to be a div, to be sets, not this and this to be divs, which I could see it. Like if you put the D 1.5 here and the D, that is like D 1.5-ish, that'd be wild, and this would be like the D2. If he goes 6 teams, I'm gonna have to really think about this for a second. Okay, I'm going to do some snooping and look at the other staff members' ones, because I'm curious. That's not on stream. Oh wait, Top said I could expose. I could look at Tops. Top said I could look at this. Okay, on stream. So we'll see what Top did, because I am curious. I was watching some of Top's stream as well. Our top 7's basically the same, not necessarily in order, but I think we have this swapped around. UJ still here. UCSD still top 1. It did, that's understandable. Okay, yeah, I see the argument. I knew the big thing for him was Indiana was up here, which I thought was surprising, but I could see it. How many teams are here? 9. Interesting. Probably not. Oh yeah, this wasn't completely done. And we're also at the point now where Tennessee is now a thing. Yeah, we have Tennessee now here as well. So who else got changed? I'm not going to show anyone else's. And oh yeah. What, I had my original seedings different. This is not ordered, but I think there were a few div moves. Let me see what I had originally. What was I wrong about to myself? I didn't have Tennessee seeded at the time. I had Arizona higher. I think I thought 6 was still playing. I think that's why. D4. There's a few things I would have changed. Yeah. And I didn't have certain schools here, so I'll just move this over. We'll act unordered at the moment. We'll actually look at this in the future. And we'll just hide these 2 for now. Just so I have more space to work with. And so I don't accidentally just mess something up on my end. Gourmet race again, okay. Do. 30 minutes! So that we already saw the crazy thing, which was Fredonia. So I doubt we're gonna see anything else that's like insane. Because Fredonia at least we knew about. Funny enough, it was another New York school. It was like, if I see like Iona sign up again, that'd be crazy. Trying to think of any other schools that are left that which teams didn't make it in or aren't back. Iona hasn't been a thing. I know Iona had a merger last season. CUW, for those who know. Let me see. Let me look at someone who played last season. Mop, we're using you as an example. Which teams didn't make it back? Baruch, that's fair. We saw that coming. Tennessee, I remember this. That makes sense. Oh, I was confusing them. I thought they were D3 because of the fall. That's why. Bama not being back for the first time is weird. Understandable because they had some graduates. LB's in emerge. A lot of returning teams, though. We love to see that. Beast of East. Okay, that makes sense. Moravian died out. I almost went back there for grad school. Georgia Tech's not a thing. Virginia Tech is not a thing. Gold merged back. Inferno merged back. Milwaukee's no longer. Iona. FHU. Shout out that a lot of teams came back, just overall. There's not like a ton of drop off, which is awesome. We see a lot of returning teams. We're at 55 here, we're at 54 here, so we're not It's looking very unlikely we'll break record, but I like this number better. I'm low-key hoping it stays here. Let's see, who's not eligible? I think that they should all be, I think, by now. SFU will have 8. SSU is dead. That died out. Florida will have 8. OWU won't. Oklahoma Whites will have 8, right? I'm like fairly certain they will. I don't remember who's working that ticket or like who's in there or if they just need someone to accept, but they should be good. Same with Missouri Southern and John Brown. I feel like they should be fine. I think the teams I'm worried about the most are the Tennessee's in Eastern Kentucky. I actually don't know if they have a ticket in or if they're done or they're going to be done. Because it's hard to really tell. I'm still stunned about Fredonia. Like, where the heck did this come from? Fred pulled up to the function, like, yeah, like, what the hell? Like, happy to see you, Fred. But, where did you come from? So, let's see. I like a lot of this. I don't know how much of this is going to stay the same with staff seatings and all that. But for the most part, I really don't see much I want to change. RG, D3, is there anyone else in D4 I could move up? I'm unsure, but because I like them potentially in the same div. I like Utah moving up. Utah moves up, this is proxy as so much other. BYD 7 is unfair, don't put it better. I got you, man. We just swap Fred with UA. I think that's exactly it. UGA ad on Twitch, that's wild. I thought I'd like... It's my thing about Twitch, I don't know how I'm doing with ads on this here anymore. I'm not here for the money, so it's like... We'll see. 25 minutes. 25 minutes, and we... This is likely gonna be like a fast time we're actually just off. I have to get my laundry still out of the dryer, but not gonna turn this into like a laundry stream, that'd be weird. Put UAD1. Okay, if we could, I could put, if you want like a different kind of thing, let's go with this. I'm gonna put UAD1. I'm gonna put Fred. I think Fred definitely deserves D1. After everything that I just got put through there. Who else wants to be D1? Yo, I'm gonna put Bwen in Navy, because B1 is a fun tag. Wait, where are the ChatGPT settings? Oh my god. Someone do that already? Oh no, I don't want to. So I don't have Miss D1. Oh, fine. We'll do like the other. We'll do like the lame. Like, give me a second. I don't have ChatGPT up right now, but I can do Google Gemini. Can you seed Collegiate Karting League Season 5? You see the teams signed up. Google, you suck. What is this, Google? Google, what is this? I hate this, Google. Yo, but hey, to do this, guys, they do say to check the social media for Collegiate Karting League. Please do so. What is the Collegiate Conference series for a different video game? That's kind of funny, though. At Grokkus is true. Is Waterloo better than Red at Mario Kart 8 Deluxe? Feel free to, Pizza King. Okay, hold up. Hold up. What is the sentence? What is the sentence? What is this? What is this? British University's Karting Championship. Yo. CKL is like actual go-karting? That's wild. Gemini, I don't know how to feel about this, but okay. Okay. Okay, let me open that in the window. Where are we meeting already? I'm gonna need a deep breath for this. Okay, so we got the ChatGPT seedings courtesy of Pizza King. Arizona's D1, Michigan D1, UMD, ASU, Oklahoma A, NC State. Okay, this isn't terrible. I see the thing here in Holy Texas. Holy 5-team Div 2. Okay. 5 teams? Sure. Okay. Okay. D3, Marshalltown, Coe College, Wartburg, Murray State, St. Xavier. It's terrible. Boston University Terriers. Yo, D4 is kind of difficult though. Oh my gosh, D4 is like almost the actual division. You sure? Are you sure? You have Boston, RIT, Waterloo in D4. That's like... That's actually brutal. This is a brutal Div 4. This is not this many had 8 people. That makes sense. This makes sense now. UNI is a D5 team. I love how Reckless Reds and Shell Shuckers are in the same div. I love the content, guys. I love it. Thank you guys for this. This is why I stream for you guys. You and I would stomp that div, quite literally. We are in the less than 20 minutes to go mark, and we're still at 54 teams. So, hey, we're making it work. We're making it work. We're almost done. I don't want to okay, I still have to look at the seedings from the staff because I'm so curious. Because I need to know, like, what are we agreeing on? And I'll give you a generic comments about it because I can't leak everything. Okay, that one's not done. This one's done. Let's see. Sir, one staff member has the exact same D1, not necessarily same order. But, so there. Another staff member, or same staff member, has, I think, almost the same D2. I think the only difference they had was Maryland in D2. This staff member, did they seed Tennessee? Because I think at that point it was just different. It's rough because now we have to account for Fred. Actually, yeah, it's interesting. A lot of staff, well, we already saw tops, but a lot of staff has D1 pretty much like the exact same. At least in terms of the teams. I think everyone's gonna have differences on like who else makes it there, but one staff member has Morgan in D3 instead of Maryland, which I could see. Indiana D3 seems to be a common recurrence. SSR has 8, thank God. I realized that was going to be one of those programs where it was like iffy, but for them to have 8 is massive. Okay, so the big thing is I need like every team here to pull through and get 8, and or have enough, just period. Where is the I am Oklahoma Whites. These two teams with 7. Eastern Kentucky as well. I don't remember if they have tickets in. Get their players in, send your invites, accept your invites. Have I concluded with seedings? Yes. I think, yeah, pretty much. There might be some changes but I think this is the bulk of like how I feel my seedings are. Obviously, there's some few things that I would be very much, you're good. There's a few things I would be willing to be convinced on. There's quite a few things I'd be willing to be convinced on, but just what the hell are we doing here? But regardless, I think this is how I'm comfortable with this. SFU should be good, I think. Indiana is good. Trombone Wizard Goat, they're good. I didn't actually update this. Florida has tickets. NMSU should be good. OLW is dead. Southern Sunshine is good. Kutztown's good. Oh, they should be good. Idaho is good. They should be good. Morgan is basically good. DePaul, I think, is good. UGA is good. Surely, there is no crazy development happening behind the scenes, and there is not like another team signing up, right? We have 13 minutes, and we are probably ending stream not long after OL. If you guys have questions or you want me to review another team, please ask now. Sales, you can't do this to me. My heart jumped for a second when you said return to Bama. I realized it's too late now. It's like, oh wait, it's not gonna happen, but hey, you never know. I'm about to just hit up like players from like Rutgers, Newark, and Rutgers, New Brunswick, and it's like, yo, we got 12 minutes. We can make this happen, right? 7 no's. That's wild. World Pill, very valid. Very valid. I haven't touched 8 Deluxe outside of like running tournaments for it, and I don't plan to touch 8 Deluxe for a while. I get asked to every now and then, like, oh, play 8 Deluxe with me. I'm like, I don't really want to. Let's see what else. Let's talk Mist? Okay, let's talk Mist. I feel like, have you guys have results? I feel like I've seen Michigan State have some things. Because now is actually, I got some time, I can like really look into this. And I am looking. Last weekend, bet. Okay, let's look at those. RIT and MCC. Oh, both great ones too then to look at. Me forgetting what day of the week it is. Holy heck, I'm tired. Oh, I'm washed. I can't keep up. Oh, wow. There's a lot of potential with this Michigan State team. The big things that stick out to me is like the consistency pretty much within the scores. Like, obviously, Don't is very capable of breaking 100 on any given day. But like Manny especially. Is Manny like that's a pretty impressive result to her. Manny, Gel, Zeke, Horus, Templar. Minus 44, and then, ooh. Yeah, solid D2. This is a good lineup here from RAT. And I know Lucas, I don't know if Lucas is going to be like a 6th normally, but, that was wild. If you want to take, I'm gonna put, I would probably leave Michigan State, I think, is solidly in D2. Or you can have the argument, I could see the argument to be put in D3, but I like a lot of like what's being done here. Like, I really do. Like, it feels like it's very similar, but also very different from what we normally see from Michigan State. A team where there's like, we still have Don't doing what Don't does. But it's also a group where I feel there's much better mid-pack support than there used to be. And that's gonna go a long way here. And MSU is Mist, MSU, whichever we want to call it, a team that can definitely like pull stuff off here. I think that's another thing, because one of the hardest things for a lot of players, especially some of the best players in CKL, is going back to ADX if they played a lot of World, and the D-Rust is just gonna make it rough. So it's really rough, and I'm kind of glad it looks like we're pivoting towards like the league format, because it kind of gives you more time to like adjust over the course of the season. I feel like Michigan State could really make noise depending on how their schedule works. If you put Mist in a division like and has like a relatively, it's not a incredibly brutal first week, and like they'll be able to get the chance to rematch the teams because it's 8 teams. You'll be able to rematch within your conference. You're a dark horse, I think, actually. I feel like Michigan State's a program that only gets better over the course of the season, because you'll have more time to de-rust. The newer faces will have some more experience. I feel like right now you might be seated here, like in these like lower third, lower quarter, but you legitimately have a shot, especially because like you never know with a gathering and all that. Granted, the same thing can be said for you guys, just because college gathering, that's just how it is. I think Michigan State is like a nice sleeper pick to make playoffs in D2. It's the question of, can you break through on these guys? Because I feel like these are just like really hard to fight through, and that's just how it is at the moment, because FIU in most cases would not be a D2 team, but D1 is pretty much kind of set. UCSD also, it's a rough matchup for you guys, but I have hope. Tennessee's also really good, so we'll see how Michigan State does. And there's still the case you get dropped to D3, depending on how people feel about Maryland or Indiana. Let me actually adjust this. UT, MSU, not necessarily. Okay, well, I feel like these 4 teams are like really close. I think these 3 are probably closer, but so you can really make the argument in some way for either of them, and it's just kind of rough. Granted, this one, I don't think I seeded D2 very well within Div. D3 I did not seed at all within Div. Okay, no, I seeded U2. I think this is roughly fine. Yeah, it's fine. I can live with this. D4, I don't know what I'm doing. I did not know, but we'll see how Kutztown fares here, because I didn't. This one's my big question mark, along with UNM, but UNM's always a question mark. D5. Buena Vista, is this their season? Is it the season? Is it SXU's time? Is it John Brown's time? DePaul, are they gonna get the redemption arc? Ashland could be a sleeper. UTEP, I think, is gonna be slept on until people get it. Cloud County, we'll figure out as well. Five more minutes, and we're approaching deadline, and we are still at 54 teams. And now it's just like pending like tickets. I have to check. I don't know if EKU has anything in. Shout out to the people already in call ready for Gonna remove EKU, Pitt, Penn State. Oh God! Are we actually? There might be another team last second being added right now, which would be wild. At least from the insider info I'm looking at right now. The moment this gets on the site, it's gonna be wild. Your weight is too high? No. But you're D1. You're D1 with Fred. Oh, wow. I knew that UCSD didn't have lemon, they had squid instead. Yep, here we go. We got one more team. And I know who it is. Oh my god, I can't believe this. Guys, we got 3 minutes to go. Lots of DCs on UCSD's end too. PAE is official. This feels wrong. Okay, so first of all, this just feels wrong because it's Penn State, like Penn State main campus, and Pitt Greensburg. It's Morbius's team. So here's the problem. First of all, why is it's Pitt and Penn State? This just feels very wrong. I am a Pennsylvania person myself. I talked to Penn State at Riptide about this because I knew this was a potentially thing to happen, and like, oh my god, I can't believe this. I'm about to get the DM also, and now I have to realize that we're at 55 teams, or 53 teams, and this is not funny anymore. Where are we putting them? Okay, they're like in this D6 territory, I think. From Berks County, I like to play my music in a non-oompa way. Okay, gotcha. If you give permission to, I will. PAE. Penn State and Pitt Greensboro. First of all, now I need to put the to be seated has to be adjusted again. I can't believe we had this happen like 3 minutes before deadline. What? I thought Fred was the crazy one. No, Pennsylvania just decides to come in, know that I'm doing this, and it's a blue of some sort. Hello, Von Zeeks. How do I do this without like offending both? Oh, that makes sense. How do I put Penn State and Pittsburgh in a way that doesn't offend both of them? Cause like they're both blue, they're both blue as different blues, but do I go yellow or do I go white? Both are Pennsylvania colors too, so. I know it's not the same blue, whatever. Now it's gonna bother me. What, a Pennsylvania Empire? We had them to merge with, like, get a 3-school program here. Just add Angle and Baja, and then this becomes, like, really interesting. Wow, we got PAE here. And it's midnight. Midnight EST. Who else is here? That's a ticket at the deadline. That's interesting. Okay, so Empire should be good. LLC new funky mode. Okay, guys. I think because I have to do staff seatings, that might be it for us. Is there any final questions, final comments we want to do before we head off for tonight? I will give you guys like 2-3 minutes at most. So, otherwise, it's been a fun stream, guys. Always enjoy doing this with you guys. That was repetitive as heck, but whatever. I missed one team. There's like, not I miss a team, but oh, that's what happened. That better not be another ticket. Where am I getting pinged? Oh. Okay, Ant, what's up? Okay. Plus 344? Wow. Okay. They are in. This is a GBR. Okay, I'll look into that. GBR might move up into my like D4. The thing is, like, my seedings in general are just gonna be done pretty soon anyway, so everything else will be staff stuff. So, shoot. I will go until 05 and then we will end stream because I am tired, but I will entertain any other comments and shoot. Yeah, I don't think I get crazier than this, right? Just waiting on like players to get like in. And then we'll make it work. Tamu, I think, a ticket at the hour, which is wild. But we'll make it work. I might need a coffee, like right after this. Trying to check CKL, any other final things? Wait, where's that server? Where's that server? Okay, once it hits 05, we are done for tonight. So, as always, thank you guys for coming out for this 4-hour stream. You would think I'd be used to this by now, but I am not, so hope you guys enjoyed it. It was always fun getting a chance to talk with y'all. Also, got some great insight, really excited for this season. Whether it's 8th Deluxe, whether it's World, it's always fun just doing College Mario Kart, seeing how much this community has grown, seeing all the interaction, all the love in chat. Missed you guys, missed doing this, so super happy. But that's going to wrap it up. If you have any further questions, feel free to just ping me, send me a DM. We can talk further. Otherwise, wait for final seedings. That should be coming out probably sooner than you expect. But as always, have a good one, guys. Have a good night. I'll see you guys next time.